Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining. Minister. Sorry.
Chairman, before you go, let's just settle on some procedural matters. It's clear to me that we cannot take all 8 ministries tonight. Leader of opposition business, it's clear we can't take all. And the chairman has indicated he doesn't really want to stay here beyond 6, but I think it's more like 8 o'clock. So I think after we take the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, we have the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, then maybe the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I don't think we can take more than those 4 ministries. I don't think it is fair to have people waiting in the wings beyond. We have a Minister of National Security, Foreign Affairs, Education, Culture. I think those 4 ministers should be dealt with tomorrow, Chairman.
Chairman. Right, I respectfully disagree, because the Ministry of Education is here. No, certainly health, but education. We can take education today. One of the problems is that we don't start at the scheduled hour, and I fear that if we go into tomorrow, we're going to have the same problem. Perhaps national security, because normally we would have a subcommittee that would be dealing with the military, and that has not yet been set up, so that has to be dealt with.
We shift national security to tomorrow. They all can come today, but if they all come, we'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't think it is fair to bring all of these ministries down here for them to be waiting outside for the next 6 hours. So let's have some understanding. I mean,
okay, so if we can agree that we will do national security tomorrow.
Just that one?
And strive to complete the others by 7 this evening.
So if you don't complete by 7, those other ministries that are not completed by 7 come tomorrow?
And we try to end everything by midday.
I would suggest, if you don't mind me suggesting, Minister Williams, I think you should put national security and education tomorrow. And we try and ask all 6 to become, the remaining 6 to be completed today. Whatever, fair enough. You know the going starts, so you might as well say 10 o'clock. So the understanding is that all the remaining 6 ministries should be making themselves available today, but education and national security come at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Agreed? Okay, Chairman. So Tashoy, Rowan, is Tashoy anywhere? Tell her to tell national security and education that they're to come tomorrow at 10. And culture? No, culture and culture. Well, do you want foreign affairs here today too? Well, you'll be here till late. If you can't do them, then they'll come back tomorrow. All right, so we start. Go ahead.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by especially thanking the technical team from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. Most of them have been here since 9:30, waiting on the 10:15 start. as per the schedule. So I really want to just tell them thanks for waiting. Unfortunately, a lot of these processes are beyond our control in terms of the time. Today I'm joined, Chair, by our State Minister in the Ministry, Minister Frank Witter, and Permanent Secretary Desmond Spence, along with CTDs Parkins, Cole, and Palmer, and a number of other of the Ministry's technical team. I will do a brief opening statement and then go into questions. In 2023, the agricultural sector had a number of challenges arising from varying climatic conditions, with 2023 being cited as the hottest and driest year on record globally. As such, we had our most intense drought, followed by intense periods of rainfall in most areas of the country. The ministry responded by 2 drought mitigation programs and a multiplicity of disaster recovery efforts, and as such, despite declining in the first 3 quarters, we were able to rebound in the 4th quarter, recorded 203,000 tons of domestic production, and recorded in 2023 a total of 779,000 tons, making this the nation's 2nd highest year in the country's history for domestic production. The mining and quarrying sector continues to play a pivotal role in the country's economic advancement. The sector ranks 3rd in foreign exchange earnings after tourism and remittances, and generates export income ranging from US $600 million to US $1.2 billion annually. In fact, the sector accounts for more than 50% of our total domestic goods export earnings, and import substitution of industrial minerals valued at Jamaican $4 to $6 billion annually. For 2023, the export earnings from our bauxite alumina sector increased by 68% when compared to 2022. This year's budget is $19.6 billion and will assist the ministry in continuing to roll out the new face of food strategy, which includes food security initiatives targeting 250 acres of orchard crops in breadfruit, ackee, and mangoes, strengthening of our small ruminant sector through the integration of new breeds, expansion of our tilapia production through the development of an aquaculture agropark, and promoting mariculture enterprises through public-private partnerships. Additionally, the ministry will continue its drive to increase the production of non-traditional exports in sweet potatoes and yams, with a potential to significantly increase foreign exchange earnings. Through the ministry's irrigation project, stakeholders will have access to additional 1,600 hectares of irrigated lands with supported infrastructure and services. We will also continue to invest approximately $2.6 billion in key irrigation projects that are expected to result in over 2,000 hectares of additional irrigated lands for production over the next 3 years. Integral to the new face of food strategy will be the promotion of youth entrepreneurship and increased investments in the sector. In this regard, the ministry's strategic priorities for 2024-2025 will focus on increased investments in agriculture and fisheries sector to ensure sustained growth. Regarding the mineral sector, the ministry acknowledges the importance of the post-bauxite life and will continue implementing strategies to support affected communities. Mined-out lands are being actively repurposed for farming, including the transformation of pits into vital water harvesting and storage facilities to support farming clusters and climate change challenges. This includes $40 million investment to provide water harvesting and storage in St. Anne and Clarendon. Chair, we are now open for questions.
No questions, so we close.
Thank you. Minister, I'm just taking just look at 51,009. Just an inquiry. Activity 11036, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. I just want to know if this figure compensation of 24 billion is correct.
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, it is correct. And if you go back to 2022, 2023, it was around 27 million. So it just means that there's been a reduction in staffing.
How many persons employed in this?
In the mining sector?
In this planning, monitoring, and evaluation, yeah.
Yeah, so this is only one department. How many people?
This is at 24 billion, not million.
Yes, so based on the checks, the figure is correct, is keeping in keeping with the allocations over the past years, and clearly this was brought over from the Ministry of Transport and Mining and is now a part of us as a mining sector that deals with planning, monitoring, and evaluation. I'll get the numbers in terms of how many employees. I'm awaiting those numbers.
And why it jumps out is because when you look at the other areas, and look at it's quite a bit, but for a department that is which is not a huge department with thousands of persons, All right, Minister, looking at JBI and going into the public bodies and JBM, can the minister state, because looking at the issue of the profit sharing that was in place between ourselves and to do with the Naranda or that deal that we had entered into, which I think Concord is now the major shareholder or the partner. Can the minister state if we have benefited from that profit sharing and what is the status of that agreement in the earning potential?
So the Jamaica Bauxite Mining thankfully continues to run a positive budget in relation to earnings over its expenses. In relation to the specific profit sharing, as the name suggests, it comes down to profitability. And based on my checks thus far, I would have to double check to see what has come from that directly. But there has been challenges in relation to profitability. Nonetheless, there are other sources of revenue from the arrangement. We have started a process in relation to renegotiation, started before my time, of that profit sharing arrangement to bring it more in line with other types of arrangements in the mining sector that have to do with levy. So that discussion is continuing, and as soon as we have reached common ground, an update will be provided.
So you're not able to say at all if we have earned anything at all from the arrangement itself?
I would double check to ensure. I wouldn't want to give you a figure as to what we have earned, but I know that there have been a number
Minister,
of years.
you have the technocrats here with you from the various agencies and departments that should be able to.
Yeah, so there were some questions that were posed in another forum that I did have sight of, and again, based on what was put forward, I think there has been a number of years that there has been no profit. And if there's no profit or profit sharing. But again, there are asset payments that are made that would have flowed into the coffers of the JBM.
And we are not earning any levy from any of the levy from that deal either.
In general, you mean? So I think, you know, we all and multiple governments have had to look at the bauxite sector and have had to look at some of the challenges that the bauxite sector has gone through. As it is now, as you would have heard, the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Finance would have come to the House last year and would have put a halt on levy payments in relation to Windalco. And under that arrangement, it's to ensure the survival of the entity and protect the jobs, over which we have about 900 directly employed. With that said, Windalco did have some back levy payments that were not made, and I'm happy to advise that they have cleared all of that debt, and as such, they would have made all their outstanding levy payments in 2021. Over the last 3 years, they paid $13 million United States dollars. 2022, $7 million United States dollars, and last year they completed their final payment of $6 million United States dollars. So we have collected all the levy that was owed from Windalco, and now they have been put on a time frame to ensure that they are not only protecting the jobs, but they're investing to be more productive. In relation to Jamalco, I think you know that arrangement. The government still owns a part of Jamalco in relation to CAP, and as such, they have a special arrangement in that regard, and then negotiated before this time, but survived across administration. The profit share arrangement is in place in relation to Noranda.
All right, can by tomorrow we get some information on that profit sharing arrangement with Noranda? And how is the relationship with Concord?
We've had a series of discussions with Concord. Clearly, where we sit is to Concord are the managing partners, and they treat with the day-to-day operations of the entity. Clearly, they're a private company. We look to ensure that we are getting the revenues and that the entity is operational. We've had a series of meetings. They have had some challenges over the last year.
Which is what I'm alluding to.
Yeah, they have had some challenges over the last year, and we had a series of meetings with them. Coming out of some of the meetings that we've had, they have been trying to treat with some of their challenges, and they have been making payments where it is that those challenges relate to outstanding sums. There was a time that they went through a very difficult period, but now the operations are progressing. And mining is taking place, and as such, we continue to monitor the situation to try and ensure that they keep abreast of the operational challenges.
Minister, on where Jamaica bauxite mining is concerned, with land titling, in your summary operational plan, looking at delivering 70 titles for this financial year, can you say how many titles were delivered in this financial year that's now ending?
40. No, we did more than 40. I can't remember we did a presentation. About 100.
That was for the financial year, 48 and 38 is about there.
Okay. Yeah, so, all right. So the titling matter is dealt with on a number of different approaches, right? We've earmarked 70 for the next financial year. I think this year we had about 40 under that program, right? But let me tell you what the approach that we've been taking since mining has come to the ministry. A number of the issues have to do with the actual companies. So what we speak of is what we have direct control over, right? A number of the companies would have resettled persons, and those persons are waiting, as you know, on their title. So we've been working with the National Land Agency to see if we can take the systematic land titling approach to those areas where the ministry comes in and help in relation to the surveys, and the companies forwards
and
the resources
are the ones
needed.
that you are responsible for? Or or for what the company, for everything, in totality?
Everything. Yeah, in totality. So we're taking a more intentional approach. In fact, Minister Witter has been charged with treating with those issues and have been visiting all of those resettlement areas because, outside of titling, there are some issues in relation to road, in relation to municipal corporation taking over those properties. So we've been having meetings with the municipal corporation, with the companies, to see what is left to be done so that they can be handed over. So we do expect, outside of the 70 that we have put in the budget, because that's what we're going to treat with, we do expect that this year we will have a lot more titles. And we did successfully using the vesting orders. We did successfully work with Jamalco, and we were able to do a number of titles for that South Manchester belt and in Robert Chin's constituency and part of Clarendon. So we're going to continue on that trajectory.
Can you say about how many outstanding land titles there are, or parcels that need to be titled?
Yeah, so the last time I checked on it, we were about 70% of outstanding titles. I think the figure is somewhere around 4,000, right? Or 3,000.
Outstanding?
I think that is left to be done, yes.
To be done?
That is left to be done.
And these are coming back from as far back as?
Some of them significant. They've gone across
several administrations.
Yeah, several administrations. But I want to assure you, member, and I know you have some of these areas as well. All right, it is a priority focus of us, and that's why we met with the NLA. We'll have a series of meetings. I think Minister Witter first met with them late last year, and then met with them again in January to see if again we could use what is there to come up with a quicker process. Right, the process that is almost like we've been joining the same queue.
How will the attending other infrastructure challenges be dealt with?
Well, based on
those same resettlement areas?
Yeah, so based on the report that I've seen, the first step is what Minister Witter has done, is to carry everybody to a walkthrough and to have them agree on some of the things that need to be done. Right? The company is under the obligation to treat with these matters. Right? We haven't had any pushback from the companies thus far, right? What we're trying to tie them down to are now time frames to treat with this. And we do this not just with Minister Witter and the company and the parish council, but all the community councils are a part of these walkthroughs and these meetings. So we have, I would say now, a database of what needs to be done, right? Clearly some of it still has to be costed. All right. What we're trying to do now is to get a time frame, and once that is done, hopefully in my sectorial, I can provide some updates in terms of the time frames.
Minister, I have a little issue with a similar way in how these bauxite companies deal with agricultural lands that are under their control too, that are underutilized. And I speak specifically, which we have spoken about already, those that are owned by Windalco in the Manchester area, especially Grove Place. Thousands of acres of lands that are under their control that they are not utilizing, while you have mining taking place in the Mile Gully Basin, where those farmers have to be relocated, and Windalco sits down on these, I think it's close to about over 1,000 acres of land sitting down there underutilized.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an approach, and you want to increase productivity in the agriculture sector, but when you have these vast amount of land sitting down under the control of these bauxite companies underutilized, is there going to be an approach on dealing with those lands, but also lands that are not completed, the mining be completed on them, and they're sitting idle? Yeah.
Memo,
will those be treated with also?
So to answer that question is yes, and I'll come to it, but I don't want to. I've gotten the figures now in relation to the titles. So last year, 159 titles were issued. So Jamalco would have been responsible for 83, Gisco Alpart 48, Discovery Bauxite 24, and Windalco 4. So 159 titles were issued in the last financial year. The specific issue that you started with in relation to Grove Town it is?
Grove Place.
Grove Place. As you know, thankfully you raised it. You had raised it before when we were in Manchester for our engagement session, and Minister Witter has already started those discussions with the company in relation to the relocation of the farmers, but in relation to the bigger issue that you've raised of land that is there that is not being utilized, and how can we ensure that we put those lands into active agricultural production. So yes, we are looking at all of those lands, and thankfully now that we have mining with the ministry, it gives us an ability to focus more of those lands into agriculture. So some of the money that you've seen in the budget today across the Jamaica Bauxite Institute and Jamaica Bauxite Mining is actually to repurpose some of those lands into agricultural enterprises. So we'll be spending about $1.2 billion in a partnership between the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, JSIF, and the bauxite companies. And the project is expected to impact parts of Harmons, Mucko, Mile Gully, South Manchester, Water Valley, right? And what we're looking to do is to take those lands that are now being underutilized or that mining has been finished and they are now restored, and to put them into active production. So we have some money for that starting this year.
Looking at JBI's expenses, I don't see anything in there, Minister, for bauxite affected communities.
No, so the JBI spends non-stop in relation to bauxite affected communities, and in fact, last year we have undertaken a number of projects to assist in the bauxite-related communities, and that is not going to stop. In fact, we continuously meet with our community councils.
There's generally a fixed amount that they would come to those constituencies.
So that is different. That's
the one that I'm talking about.
So that allocation comes through the Ministry of Finance, through the JBI to you, and that is made every 4 years, right?
Every 4 years. Seems like such a long time.
No, but listen, it is something that we advocate for on behalf of the members of Parliament. So we'll look at the time frame. But just to say that we've continued through the JBI to support things like water catchments in Alexandria, at the Alexandria Hospital, 2 classrooms in St. Anne. We commenced repair of the greenhouse clusters with the Digital Foundation. We renovated and reopened the Broadleaf Community Clinic. So the JBI continues to do good work in our bauxite communities.
Minister, I'm going to beg. No, seriously, because these communities don't see anything apart from what the companies may do from time to time within. And I keep on speaking of a community of comfort, which is right across from the Windalco plant in Mandeville, which still don't have any running water. But the most water that comes into the Manchester itself comes to the plant itself, right? And you have communities. So the $4 million that we get is not adequate enough to put back into these communities. So just take a look at because. So
what I will say, member, the reality, as you have said, the allocation from what is called the CDF, will never treat with some of those issues. And unfortunately, some of those issues have been allowed
but a lot of them have been allowed to be lingered for too long.
What I have said to the JBI and what we're looking to do is take a more holistic approach to some of these issues, right? The JBI used to be very bound in terms of how it provides its support. So we will be looking at some of these water-related projects. Again, we will be looking at some of the agricultural-related projects. And I think, we ultimately will get a number of them done. We have models that we've seen in St. Elizabeth that have worked in relation to water. right? Where the
That one works.
Yeah, where
You
the company
show me anywhere else and
no.
tell me if it.
So again, thankfully, the ministers who sit in the seat now have that experience. So we'll use that experience to craft some of these projects.
Mr. I don't know if you have spoken to the Windalco grouping, Kirkvine, and if there are any plans for Kirkvine plant.
We have had discussions when we one of the things that we have done since coming to the ministry is met with all our partners, our private sector partners. No immediate plans have been outlined thus far in relation to Kirkvine. Clearly, there is a focus on trying to ensure that Windalco is running efficiently and is running profitably, and they continue in that regard. But it's, consistent discussion.
But all right. The Alpart, when it was closed a few years ago, it was proposed that they would have closed down for 2 years. I think we're now going into 4 years. Is there any update on?
Yeah, so...
I never said 3. You sure? No, man, you're the Minister of Health. You need to get your ears checked.
So Alpart, I think all of us would love to see Gisco Alpart back up and running. The first meeting that we had when we took over mining was with a delegation from China around Gisco Alpart. And since that, we've had a number of positive meetings. They've actually done some personnel change. We know that they're on the ground exploring their reserves, which is a very good sign. We have a team that's coming to visit in April of this year, a high-level delegation. Our hope is that coming out of that exploration and out of those meetings, that we will see the reopening of Gisco Alpart. I can't give a time frame.
So there's no definitive on a time frame?
I can't give a time frame as yet. What I can say is that all the discussions have suggested that there is a plan to reopen Gisco Alpart. As soon as, once you give a time frame, and it's very hard when you're treated with private sector entities, because clearly their time frames are bound by their considerations. But just to put things in perspective, we did have a delegation visit already, and that was a delegation of not just Gisco, but other private sector investors from China. The feedback was very good from that. We did see some personnel change. They have been working. People are actually employed to Gisco, to Alpart. More people have actually been employed since that time, and they're doing active research on their reserves. They've written to me in that regard, and we have a high-level delegation, and if you understand how it works, this, I think, is the delegation that will be able to give us time frames.
Lastly, rare earth minerals. Have we shelved treating with that? I mean, it was so. I've heard minister after minister speak about us expanding our options where rare earth is concerned. Have we shelved that totally, or is it still a...
No, it hasn't been shelved at all. In fact, part of what we're doing from a policy perspective is trying to expand the scope of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute to focus not just on bauxite, but on minerals in general, and to develop, hopefully starting this year, a minerals institute. And we have some policy documents to that regard, and we will provide more focus on not just rare earth elements, but also our industrial minerals, our limestone. We did see significant increases in the exportation of limestone this year. In relation to rare earth, there are active investigations happening. The private sector is involved through licensing, in exploring for rare earths. We have had some good feedback, but we're waiting to see more, In exploration, it's not if you have it, as Member Paul will know. We have gone on the road where there was a test plant that was established and that did some work, but based on all the feedback that I've gotten thus far, the cost to extract the rare earth was not, never made for a profitable enterprise. So it's not just if you have it, it's if you have it in the quantities and extraction method to ensure that you can benefit from it in a real way. What I can say is that we are far more advanced than a few years ago in relation to our exploration of rare earth, way more advanced, and hopefully that will lead now to the discovery of deposits big enough that we can embark on a manufacturing process from that.
But lastly, Minister, because you touched on the limestone, and we see the growth in the export, and what we would refer to as gypsum, not gypsum, because there are persons in the industry, the mining industry, who is looking at exporting, but the lack of facilities for export seems to be hampering a few of the investors in the market. Is there going to be a look at how it is that there are other facilities that can facilitate?
Yeah, it's something that we're actively exploring now. And when I say actively exploring, we've had a number of meetings with the Port Authority. We've looked at our own asset base in the ministry across agriculture and mining to see where could ports be established. We do have an active port, and we have seen the increase in limestone exports, and that's in St. Anne. We do expect to expand that port, and if you look in the budget, you see that JBM is looking to expand that. Where the port is located is critical to the sector.
Exactly.
Right? So because the transportation cost is the make or break. So we have identified some areas with potential. We're engaging the private sector around that. We've engaged the Port Authority. So hopefully we'll have some good news in that regard.
All right. Thank you.
Minister, I want to ask you a few questions on fisheries. There was a meeting that just ended in the WTO on agriculture and fisheries. I'm sure that we are paying keen attention to those issues. The country hasn't heard what positions we have on that issues. Could you give us just a broad outline as to what our broad position is on the fisheries, agriculture and fisheries sector in the WTO arrangement? Yeah, so let me just say, not only have we paid keen attention, we were active participants in those negotiations, and we were represented by a permanent secretary there who advocated for a number of our positions, especially in relation to ensure that our artisanal fishers are adequately taken into account in the framings of these international arrangements. I won't say much more because I would rather Foreign Affairs speak on it. But just to say, we have been active participants. Our positions have been heard, and our position ultimately, CARICOM has adopted a lot of our positions in relation to this round of negotiations, and we will continue to keep track of it. Ultimately, we want to ensure that our fisheries sector is able to excel in light of these international arrangements. Minister, in the fisheries sector, my understanding is that the fishing, near-shore fishing, a lot of that is being depleted, and that increasingly our fishers have to go further and further out to sea. What are we doing in terms of the equipment for them to be able to participate in that and to do more in the deep sea fishing?
Yeah, so, thankfully I want to commend the National Fisheries Authority along with some support from the World Bank and on a climate resilience program that we have. What we have been doing is I would say threefold. One, we've been looking to train fishers in what we call long-line fishing, right? Ultimately, they have to go deep water, right? So they have to go out of our nearshore. As you said, our nearshore has been depleted. So first, they need training, right? Additionally, to support that training, we've actually purchased a vessel at the sum of $250,000 US, and I hear it's here in Jamaica. Hopefully, we will unveil that in another few weeks. We will now take around to our fishing beaches to continue that training. We have brought in some experts from Grenada because I don't want you to think that we are focusing on big boats. It is about how do you repurpose your small artisanal vessels to go further out, and what are the techniques that you utilize. So that training is ongoing now. The next element is to provide some equipment support, right? We've started that. We've been providing some GPS and that they're using, some safety devices. And as I said, we're going to help as much as possible to repurpose. Part of what we want to do is to get our financial institutions on board to work with us, to work with officials, to provide them the resources they need to do that sort of retooling.
In CARICOM, there's a 25 program that CARICOM has embarked on. Is Jamaica playing a role in that?
Yeah, Jamaica is playing a significant role in that. In fact, we would have a presentation that was made at the heads of government recently by the Minister of Foreign Affairs who represented us, but a presentation made on Jamaica's progress. And we've seen tremendous progress in relation to our own cutting some of our imports. We had a wonderful year last year in terms of the increase in onion production, right? Our small ruminant sector and what we're doing in that regard, but also clearly we're focused on helping the Caribbean cut extra-regional imports. So we have been exporting more to the region. Mm-hmm. And, you know, one of the things that we're driving now is that we've agreed in our last ministerial task force that Jamaica will take the lead on developing a framework for youth engagement across the region in agriculture. You know, we take for granted some of the frameworks that we already have, like the 4-H, that's very active, and things that we've launched, like the Youth Advisory Council. We're going to be taking that regionally. Additionally, we're working with the FAO now to develop a regional project around water and irrigation support. And we would have held a high-level meeting here with the Vice President of the FAO, and we're looking to forward that discussion in Guyana this month.
Last, Mr. The JBM, I notice is from your public bodies document, is now engaged in, planning to be engaged in warehousing and commercial property. Is that a joint venture with, say, factories, or is just a purely JBM venture?
So it's purely JBM, but with the private sector. So the JBM is not looking to operate these warehouses. Mm-hmm. What the JBM has is an array of assets that they would have gotten from the time of Reynolds, warehousing space, garage space that were underutilized. So what they have been doing is renovating them and leasing them to the private sector. And the take-up is good. A lot of the assets are close to the highway, so it does. So we want to do a whole commercial district on lands that we have there. And greenhousing, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, 51,026. The activity 12303, which is inspection of mines and quarries. I'm asking this question against the background that one of the roads I travel on very frequently is the Junction Road. And I want to know if first of all, the mines that are being operated there, the sand mining, have you and your team ascertained whether they are operating legally? 2, has there been any sort of assessment to the extent that they've been taking the material out of the river? Because when you travel along the roadside and look, you see huge depressions in the river. And thirdly, and more importantly, because of what it affects me and all the commuting public from Portland, St. Mary, is the roads. These trucks damage the road 24/7. And as soon as there is seemingly a little repair to the road, they're on it again and there's damage to the road. Is there any way or any policy that the ministry has that can inform repair of these roads by the damage done by these trucks?
Yeah. Thank you, member. A very big issue. So to answer your first question, whether they're operating legally, it depends on the specific operator. Some people do have a license to operate. Some people have gone in illegally, and where that has come to attention, we have taken steps to put a stop to that mining. In fact, a report came, and we've had in the past to have to shut down mining operations based on our assessment of whether some were operating legally and then had to be closed down because they were not operating in keeping with the standards. Now, all of our mines and quarries, they get standards that they are to adhere to, right? And the team goes out to assess if they're adhering to it, and where they're found to be in breach, then steps are taken to shut them down. So it's an area that we have to consistently monitor, and that we've been consistently monitoring. To your broader question, yes, we have done an assessment. In fact, one of the first things I asked the team to do, the Commissioner of Mines to do, is to do an assessment of what is happening across our rivers. And there was a time that we had paused granting licenses in our rivers to see what was happening. And he has provided me with a document to that regard. And we are taking a more, I would say, a much more diligent look at each application in relation to the river, and trying to ensure that they keep within the parameters once those licenses are granted. Outside of that, we have asked for a policy framework in relation to impact on infrastructure that is not directly attached to the mines. You would have heard the Prime Minister speak about, in general, for the construction sector, looking at a sort of impact fee, because ultimately the trucks traverse the roads. We are looking at that same sort of policy framework, right? So we're not there yet, but it's something that we're looking at. We've had significant complaints, concerns. The Member of Parliament for South East St. Mary would have raised the concern in relation to a specific operator and roadwork that was done, and then the operation of equipment and the damage it did to the road area. And we did call in the operator, and action has been taken in that regard. But we do need a policy framework to treat with damage, especially to public roadways.
Might I suggest, Minister, ask that in terms of your supervision or your people going out and looking, that they do a more diligent look at the St. Mary operations, because I suspect, based on where you see it coming from, that some of them might not necessarily be operating above the law.
Okay. Thank you, Member.
If there is no other question, then we'll take the header. Head 51, pages 1 to 30. Those in favor? Head 51C, pages 1 to 13. Those in favor? Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
No problem.
Minister, are you ready? At this time, we will now have Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Over to you, Minister.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairman, colleague parliamentarians, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, as you know, is a critical ministry. We are working assiduously to provide social welfare services, to develop the labour market and to maintain industrial harmony. With me today is my Minister of State, Dr. the Honourable Norman Dunn, my Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, other leaders from the ministry, heads of agencies, including Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, Mrs. Dion Jennings, both Chief Technical Directors, Mr. Dave McIntosh from the NIF, Mr. Anderson, our Principal Finance Officer, Mrs. Mirage, our Corporate Planner, and Mrs. Elsa Elizabeth Marks Willis, who now leads PATH. Our ministry, as you know, is in charge of many of the critical areas, from farm work, persons with disabilities, senior citizens, PATH, pensioners, workers, employers, public assistance beneficiaries, and so we touch almost every life in Jamaica, everyone living in Jamaica. It is in that regard that we embrace the all-of-government approach in leaving no one behind. And so our projects to be rolled out in the next financial year are geared towards that. We have a special focus on communities identified under the Citizen Security Plan for inclusion in the ministry's social programs, recognizing our critical role in human capital development. Our Social Security Division intends to leverage resources provided in the 24-25 budget to reform programs, increase and improve our benefits and access, and to improve overall efficiency. As you know, we have seen significant declines in unemployment rates to historic lows of 4.2. We see where minimum wage has moved 44% and 33% respectively last year for minimum wage and that for the industrial security guards. We see where we have done several job fairs and thousands of job seekers impacted island-wide. Today, at our North Street offices, we have 20 employers with close to 200 job seekers at a job fair. We are driving new projects like the Spiro project to improve resilience, and we are expanding our partnerships. Today, this morning, we had the Cipriana College and other colleagues with us from the Caribbean, just a representation of some of the partnerships that we're driving in the next financial year. We've seen also increases in the benefits under the National Insurance Scheme by an average of 45%, and we've launched our Disabilities Accessibility Checklist. So for this year, our proposed budget for 24-25 stands at $20.15 billion, which is a significant increase of $3.1 billion, approximately 19% over the budget from last year. This increased allocation will cover expenditures primarily relating to the increases in our PATH and social pension programs, two of the critical arms of our social protection framework in the country. In terms of PATH, colleagues, Chairman, we will see increases of 28.8%, moving up to $10 billion for our PATH beneficiaries, the largest amount for next year. And for social pension, we see increases of a whopping 164.71% increase, which will see us with $672 million additional dollars, moving that over $1 billion for our social pension beneficiaries. which includes expanding the number of beneficiaries and also increasing the size of the benefit. These two programs, Chairman, directly benefit more than 300,000 persons and another 600,000 persons indirectly, combined more than a third of our population. And when you couple that with NIS, you have another 130 persons benefiting from our programs. So I'm pleased to report that our approach, myself and Minister Dunn and Permanent Secretary and the team, we started last year by visiting our parish offices, reaching out firstly internally to see how we could hear from, listen to our staff, and provide them with the resources and the support needed to increase their resilience. And we learned from them firsthand, and also from our clients who we interacted with on those parish tours. With that in mind, we have improved communication, and our members of parliament can testify, those who joined us at our forum were engaged, provided recommendations, commendations, criticisms, all of which have been taken into consideration in developing and improving our programs, from overseas employment to PATH and others. Following on the instructions of our Prime Minister, we have driven the overhaul of PATH, and next week we can announce that next week, March 13th, correct? 13th, I believe it is. We will see the second town hall, which provides an opportunity for our citizens, this time in Clarendon, to join us at the Anglican Church in Central Clarendon to discuss their views, their perspectives on the PATH program and how it can be improved, and to hear from us, to be informed on the plans that we have in terms of the new look and new structure of PATH. We have also established a committee of experts and officials from the ministry focused on driving innovation and transformation. And this team has been tasked with looking on the digitization, looking on creating a more purposeful structure in our efficiencies. And we've already rolled out the VoIP system, which has seen us, though it's not 100% completed, has seen us with significant reductions in the level of complaints of persons seeking to get in touch with the ministry. I won't go any further because I know that colleagues have had a long day and a lot of the information has already been placed in the public domain. But I raise those issues just to highlight some of the things that we are doing and some of what we intend to do for the next financial year, 24-25.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I have two sets of questions. I know you're in the process of reforming PATH and you're not yet at the end of the journey. What I'd like to find out, have you addressed the issue of field officers and social workers, which has been one of the deficiencies where people complain about a lack of follow-up, people make applications, nobody comes back to them. And secondly, on the issue of the criteria for persons to qualify, even though you're in the consultation phase, what is contemplated in terms of the adjustment of the criteria so that, as all of us have examples, we know persons who are in need, but for one reason or another, whether them have a fridge or a stove in them yard, them don't qualify.
Thank you for that question. Those form a significant part of the discussions that we're having in terms of the PATH overhaul. We have technical working groups that are meeting to design exactly what the structure will be to resolve those issues. We also have continued our discussions with the Ministry of Finance and Public Service as it relates to the increase in terms of our staff complement to be able to respond more efficiently to our beneficiaries and to those who are potential beneficiaries in terms of the inspection. And it is our projection that with the continuation of the process that we are now engaged in,
we should see a much more efficient and reformed path system with a better selection process, more responsive and effective process in terms of our
what's
social
your time
workers.
frame for the
We're doing it
implementation?
right now. I mean, we are currently, so what we have done is we have put in place a time frame for the end of the year in terms of our end of this calendar year in terms of our engagements. However, while we continue the work to do the overhaul, we are immediately looking on how we can improve the system. So in terms of operations, we've already seen improvements. However, we will need more staff, and that's a discussion that we're having with finance. I can't give you the specific time for that, but we have started that process, and the consultations are going to assist and guide us in terms of moving those faster.
The second area, as I mentioned to you, that the number one request I get is for farm work cards. Man, woman, boy, child, working class, blue collar, white collar. That's where we're at. I know we had a consultation down at the conference center.
Yes.
Normally, you issue in January, right? So people have had that expectation. I don't know where we are at, and people are asking. And it's important to manage the expectations, because sometimes when you say it, you don't get none. People think a lie, you tell them, and you really have it. So I don't know what the plans are for it and how we can manage that process better. We had raised some of the concerns at the conference center about what happens at the ministry and feeding back to MPs, etc. So I don't know if you can give us an update on that particular issue.
Let me firstly say thank you to all of my colleagues for the participation in that forum. Arising from that, we have made some significant, I'd say, improvements in how we approach the farm work, particularly comments from Member of Parliament Natalie Nita Garvey and others.
Is only she heard?
No, but I'm just highlighting her. But the reality is that colleagues, I don't want to get into the details, but it was found prudent not to issue the nomination in last month. And one of your colleagues
was taking place.
One of your colleagues who will remain unnamed actually had a conversation with me, which I took into serious consideration, and found that his submission to me was worthwhile and actually caused a change, an adjustment in the time. Okay. So you can expect that in short order, we should have that process commenced.
You didn't want to influence the outcome.
I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that whatever your colleague said to me was taken into consideration and respect, and caused me to make some adjustments, and we should be seeing the advancement of that process within short order.
I would say when you get to the point where you are doing it, I think in this true as I speak, none of us wants to be bombarded, but equally I think managing public expectations is important. So if we're doing 10 or 15 or 20, right, and there's a window, whatever we're doing, once we have been communicated to and given, I think the public should as well.
Yeah. So what we'll do, member, is we will give a statement to provide clarity to the country on the approach in relation to our nomination forms, the expectation in terms of members of parliament playing a more significant role, not just in the selection, but also in the orientation of the persons, and what we expect to come from that in terms of the candidates that will be interviewed, and just what we're going to be doing based on the conversations we had with MPs to see how we can improve the process of moving from somebody being a candidate to selected to being properly prepared to go and do the work.
Thank you very much. Minister, I see where your budget has now increased to 20.15 billion. And I just heard you mention that part will benefit from that increase. I do not know if you are privy to what you had before, because even though you give us an overall figure in terms of part, I do not know if you have, what is your increase for part?
So the path budget was increased by 2.411 billion, from 8.372 billion to over 10 billion. It's a 28.8% increase.
Okay, wonderful. In respect to the school feeding program, I was told, and I'm not too certain, if it is 3 days that you will make provision for in terms of lunches for students on the PART program. Is that true?
So often there's an overlap and misunderstanding. The issues in relation to the operation at schools come under the Ministry of Education. We identify the beneficiaries and pass that list to the ministry. So I'd leave that response to the Ministry of Education.
So you're saying then that it is the Ministry of Education and the minister who would have made the decision whether it's a 3-day, 4-day, or a 5-day. Is it?
Well, I'm saying that I wouldn't be able to respond to you. The more accurate response would come from the ministry as to whether it is them, the schools, or what, because that comes under the overarching responsibility of the Education Ministry.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
In respect to disabilities, I'm just going to move quickly because we are working with some amount of time. I see where you have some provision is being made for early intervention between the age of 0 to 6. And
that's under our early stimulation program.
Right, for the stimulation program. And I've also see where you have Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore municipalities, the municipality of Portmore. I'm wondering if that is just an example, or is it for the entire stimulation program? Because I don't see anything for the rural areas and for the other parishes. So I'm not too certain if I'm reading correctly.
So in terms of the fixed infrastructure, it is only in Kingston, but we have a mobile unit that operates for the rural areas.
I'm not too clear on that.
So in terms of the early stimulation program, we have locations in Kingston, Portland, I believe.
Portland is a part of it too?
And St. James. Three places. Otherwise, we have a mobile unit that operates in the areas where there's no physical location. However, something which I'm open to having discussions with you about is partnerships that we intend to develop to provide some support for the other areas.
What mechanism do you use to identify especially persons in urban and rural areas so that you'll be able to capture those who are really in need of the service?
Well, it's usually the families that are coming to the early stimulation program, and the children will go through an assessment process from the experts who will then identify what the program is that will be best suited for them.
Minister, I'm going to go a little further because while you have parents who have an interest, there are some who don't have any interest because some of them believe that it is something that they should not feel good about, and they do not want the child to be identified as somebody with disability. There must be a mechanism in this country for us and in your ministry so that we can go out there and identify these children. They are kids. They have no control of what happens to them. And there are parents who definitely will not identify them. I can refer to about 2 cases that I had in my constituency and realize that if we did not go to the home and go not just to the home, but to go in areas that we were not even allowed to go. We would not even recognize that there was a child there that was in need of serious help. So we really, you know, for a civilized society, we have to do much, much better than that. So we have to make sure, you know, we have put mechanism in place so that we can identify these needs.
So for clarity, in addition to the pathway of someone being able to bring a child to the program for assessment, our experts do home inspections or home assessments, and we do get referrals also from health experts. So doctors and otherwise will provide referrals to us of children that they deem to be within the category requiring the support. Right? The Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities as well should have its presence across the country in all parishes, and they too are able to make referrals to us relating to children within the 0 to 6 years cohort that would be fit to be participating in the early stimulation program.
My next question, Minister, is in respect to the compliance in regards to businesses and especially our government businesses and the private ones in terms of making access for persons with disabilities. I do not know there's an extension. There is an extension because I would imagine that the time has passed. And what mechanism are you using now to make sure that you have compliance?
So I share the issue. Besides the raising of awareness and promotion of the importance of adhering to the regulations and simply creating an environment of inclusion, it is our intention for this next financial year to roll out more specific programs that will encourage, invite, empower our inspections and ensure that as much as possible we are not just creating modules but creating the kind of environment where individuals, companies, government, and all of us will be empowered and engaged in ensuring accessibility for the persons with disabilities. So it is an issue. It's an issue which we acknowledge, but it is one that we are working on and will continue to work on.
And just quickly, I have been trying to figure out how I would be able to frame this question, but nonetheless I want to speak to it. In respect to persons with disabilities that have to use the banking system, most of our banks now are not accessible in terms of getting inside. You are told that you have to use the ATM machines outside. There is a lot of, I would call it, no, what do you call it? There is no provision for persons with disabilities to go into these ATMs. I strongly believe that if we are looking at things to make changes, we have to take in consideration persons with disabilities. And I do not think the banking sector is supposed to be on their own so that they just do as they want to do. We need to include them in a very meaningful way in terms of making consideration for those with disabilities.
Member, I hear you. I would have to take you on your word and your understanding of the current situation. My understanding is that the banks have actually put in place, in most part, ramps and other physical infrastructure to facilitate persons with disabilities. As to the ATMs, it is also my understanding that some of the ATMs do facilitate interaction with persons with disabilities, and that has been made clear or made known to the persons. However, again, I'd have to take you on your word based on your observation and knowledge, and it's an issue that we could raise with the banking sector. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, you did indicate a while ago, for my own clarity, however, are you saying therefore that in this review period for PATH that will end in December, roundabout, you are making measures to ensure that the process is accelerated until you have those new program in place? Question is, what about those persons who have applied 2-3 years now, have had social workers come to their residences, made an assessment, but have not heard anything else yet from PATH? Is that part of the consideration, before you get into December, that they can be on the system? And may I just ask the second question? You indicated in response to my colleague from Eastern St. Catherine that where lunch is concerned, it is a purview of the Ministry of Education. Is it that PATH gives a certain amount of funding to the Ministry of Education, or is that the Ministry of Education, their attachment to the program provides funding to the school for that program? If the answer to the latter is the answer to the former is in the negative, can you say how much is it that PATH contributes per student, and in the ministry's estimation, is that amount sufficient to provide 5 days of lunches, or 3 days of lunches, or 2 days of lunches?
I want to thank you for the question, because again, these are issues that are often in need of clarity. So let's start with the second question that you raised. Firstly, why I chose not to answer the specific question that Member Daly raised is because she was asking about operational issues, not just whether children on PATH receive lunches. I can tell you, children on PATH receive lunches every day. However, I'd leave those other operational matters to the Minister of Education to respond to. In terms of your question relating to specifically now whether we provide funding for PATH students, no. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security does not provide the funding. What we do is we collaborate with the Ministry of Education. We provide the names. So we are the ones with the expertise to define the persons who are on PATH. We provide that to the Ministry of Education, and then they execute from there through their budget. But I'm glad you asked the question, because it's something which the country needs clarity on. In terms of your first questions about persons waiting now, excellent question, excellent example of one of the issues that we're trying to address right now. Matter of fact, at our first town hall in St. Anne, we had a long line of persons. Well, long is relative, but we had a line of persons who, many of them raised that issue. And I believe that we could say most, if not some of them, had those issues resolved, or we were able to at least allocate some support to see how quickly we could address those issues. So it is our intention, while we go through the overhaul, to see how best we can utilize our staff and our resources to resolve issues, not to wait until next year. But what I would say to MPs, and I'd be very happy if you could be engaged. Matter of fact, when we gave our parliamentary submission on this matter, we asked for MPs to be engaged by identifying the names, identifying the issues, and passing that directly to me. If you remember, we did make that request. Right? And each MP was assigned, I believe, 1 or 2 social workers, of which the Ministry of Labour and Social Security expects collaboration and expects that you would be working with them to see how best you can resolve those issues as well. However, if MPs want, if it's not working in your view, send it to me directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just quick questions. We won't hold you much longer, Minister. One, relating to the industrial relations and industrial relations climate, and how it is that the ministry is seeking to continue to bolster the prevention of industrial dispute. I know some years ago there was a unit established with looking at preempting and providing support so that we wouldn't get to the point of industrial action, right? Which reduces productivity, and so you'd want to prevent that. I just kind of want to know where you are with that department and if there is actually an expansion of it, because I believe in it.
I want to thank you for that question. Yes, it exists. Yes, we are trying to make it more resilient, I would say, rather than just using the word expansion. And this morning, I had a meeting with several members from the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, from the Caribbean Congress of Labour, and from the Cipriani College, which focuses on developing skill sets around industrial relations and around the labour market issues that are required for us to achieve what you said a while ago. So our intention is to continue to develop those partnerships. We will be receiving some scholarships, which we will define and make public a little further, to identify students to be able to acquire the skill set that we need to address the issues we expect to come up in the industrial relations climate, as well as issues with the future of work, decent work, these things that are all a part of our international and regional and local obligations to develop a peaceful and productive labor market. So, yes, and again, I welcome the support. Any questions or criticisms, and we'll take all of those.
Not criticizing, just following through.
No, we welcome it because in doing so.
No, in this case, I'm not criticizing. Just seeking to get the information. As it relates to the OSHA, the Occupational Health and Safety, can you provide us with any update? So
it's a priority for us. It's a priority for me since becoming minister. We have been driving that forward.
Seems to be taking a long time.
It's taken. What I would say is, for us to get it right, it requires the necessary interrogation so that the product will be fit to respond to our environment. We expect that it is moving into its final stages. We're awaiting what would be one of the third or close to final drafts from the CPC. And after that, we have the commitment to ensure that we can move swiftly to get it to the LegCom and get it through the various stages. But it is essential.
You will agree, though, boy, it has really taken a long time to the detriment and the deprivation of our workforce, our labor force, over the years. And I'm not saying you in particular. I'm just saying as a nation, we have not done very well with that legislation. Minister, I just want to ask as well about our pensioners and the timely disbursement of pension funds once people have left the work after so many years. And you hear them on the radio every day, and they have to be complaining and quarreling, and they're getting the little something from the government. It is already inadequate, and they can't get it, and they can't get it on time. What are we doing to expedite the process and to make sure that those who have served can, in fact, receive the little pittance, which keeps them alive?
So, we intend to have a forum similar to the one that we had with you and other colleagues on overseas employment, relating to discussions on pension. Why? Because there are several matters that need clarity. For instance, the question you asked a while ago, are you referring to government pension or NIS pension?
Well, I would refer to NIS pension in particular, but there is the government pension as well. But I was referring in this case to the NIS pension.
So these are issues which we hope to ventilate, because the committee that I referred to that relates to transformation of the ministry, one of the reasons why we are at the ministry, is focused now on defining more modern and effective mechanisms to disperse the benefits. We're looking on different types of technology, even for life certificates, technology for pensioners to be able to download at home, a range of things to ensure that the delivery of that service is effective and efficient.
Is there a timeline on the deliverables?
So we want to have the forum. As I said, we've already started the discussions with one or two companies and individuals that some have approached us with solutions. And the intention, similar to the approach we're taking with other areas of the ministry, is to develop this process, but while we're doing so, to see how we can, effect immediately some improvements. So we have seen where the compliance in terms of persons utilizing the bank accounts would help in terms of distributing the benefit. And so we continue to ask our pensioners to provide that information so that we can have direct disbursement to them. And other things which we think would be able to help us, because as it is now, it is the system that is utilized, the old system, that causes most of the delays. So as many persons as we can get to move away from the old system of the book and move towards the newer system that we're trying to promote, we should see much more effective, much more efficient distribution of the benefits to them.
Have we thought about how we go in and assist them in establishing accounts where it is necessary? Because
all of that.
Some of the older folks are really not inclined to want to go to the bank to go start accounts at this time.
All of that. As it is now, we have 70% compliance. We intend to increase that over time. And I think that the members of parliament will play a significant role in what we can do to encourage constituents who are pensioners to be compliant with the new system.
One last question, and I'm going back to farm work for a moment, and it relates to female opportunities. I would have asked you this before, and I think you did mention that some of the opportunities do arise. However, it's not much. But from that not much, I'm certainly not seeing any at all. What is the process of ensuring that there is some equity in whatever that distribution looks like? 1, 2, for those who are not in hotel areas, but we have strong training programs. How do we get those persons onto the hospitality program? Is it a matter of something similar to what you are doing with the farm work program? Are you sending out requests to MPs, or are you selectively determining where they're coming from? Because I have not had any or seen any requests in years. And, well, I can only speak for myself, Juliet. Yeah, right. So I can speak for me. If anybody else wants to speak, they can, but I can't speak for Natalie. And I know that it is happening in some places and for some people. So I just want to know what is the process and how it is that we ensure that if it is only 50 come, that this time around 50 are distributed in a way that is transparent and allow all of our constituents across Jamaica to have equal access to the opportunity.
All right. For lack of not wanting to take up an hour of time, just briefly, there is great distinction between the approach in terms of the agricultural program and the hospitality program. We are involved in partnerships with the US and with Canada, and there are even distinctions in that. But in large part, the agricultural opportunities for females have been either decreasing or static. And it's not a matter of the ministry, it's more from it's the employer's prerogative.
Right.
The employers have what never prevailed before, which is a competitive market where they can choose from several countries. It started out with just Jamaica, but there are several countries now.
Right.
So the opportunities for the agricultural program, which is limitless, meaning as many as you could get can get on the program, are few. However, in order to make Jamaica more competitive and attractive, what we are doing is through our management committee and through our liaison service, we are strengthening relationships. I myself traveled, as you know, to the US and to Canada. We will be meeting again with groups and associations, and we will be putting in place this year, which I won't announce now, a special program to see how we can strengthen our opportunities for men and women on the agricultural program. In terms of the hospitality program, we have to remember Jamaica's hospitality program is 95% in the United States. Most of it is with the US. And it comes under the H-2B program, which is capped. Only 66,000 persons globally are provided with visas annually. And what has happened is that the US uses a lottery system of which they have now defined specific jurisdictions that have priority, of which Jamaica is not one. So in that regard, we have an approach which we are taking now, which we believe will strengthen Jamaica's position, which will rely on the long-standing relationship that we have, and that will allow for us to be able to tap into more opportunities for the hospitality program. Lastly, any man or woman, but particularly the woman for the hospitality that is interested, can provide their resume and provide proof of their certification and experience. And we use our LMIS portal system to pull persons in a pool who are interviewed whenever an employer makes a request for 2, 20, 30, whatever number of persons for the hospitality.
Minister, I've had young people who have gone through that process, who have been waiting for 2 to 3 years.
So let me explain to you what's happening. And yes, there's a lot of frustration for some persons.
Do the biometrics and all.
Yes, but it must be explained to persons. And this is one of the things which I take great caution in ensuring that persons know beforehand. The lottery system is not similar to the agricultural program. So when you do your interview, when an employer, it's because it's an employer that interviews you for the hospitality program, when that interview is complete, you are not assured.
No, but when you get to the point of being asked to pay for a visa, then you pay for the visa and you're only waiting on a travel date, and there is none forthcoming. Then if you have to reapply, you have to pay a new visa fee.
Well, that's a different case.
Well,
if you have that situation,
I have that case, and I have submitted them to the ministry.
Then you can speak to me. But generally, persons relating or persons who have interest in participating in the hospitality program should be aware that it is a lottery system, and therefore that system is one which is not controlled by us, and that you have to be aware that you may not get into the lottery for this period.
And you promised us a liaison person that you would have sent MPs the name and contact for a liaison person who would assist us with our questions in real time.
I think we provided a sheet with that number on it.
don't know if anybody else got it.
Check your letter.
Yeah, somebody in the ministry.
Check your letter, man. Check your letter. But we'll soon, we'll soon be providing another letter, and in that letter we'll reiterate the contact for you.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that's it. Oh.
Just two quick questions. We had promised that we're trying to go quickly, so I want to keep to that. Just two quick questions, Minister.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm hoping I get two quick, straight answers as well. It has to do with social welfare. I noticed that, yes, there is an increase in the overall budget of 3.1, but I noticed two areas that stood out for me where there's actually a reduction in the allocation. One was in terms of social welfare for sickness and the disabled, and the other for survivors assistance. And I was just one survivors assistance.
Survivors assistance.
Yes. And I was just wondering what would account for that.
Yeah. So, thank you for that, member. Any decrease that you see in relation to disabilities is due to us ending a rental agreement that we had with a former landlord, in addition to the reduction under the utilities and communication services due to current and projected usage. What happened is that the JCPD was in the process last year of moving, and during that process we had to have an additional rental to house them. We no longer have that, and so there has been a reconciliation, and that's what you're seeing as a perceived decrease. In terms of the Abilities Foundation, yes, there is a slight decrease, and that is accounted for because last year we had 2 years of salary arrears in that financial year, and that was arising from the compensation restructure review exercise. And so, again, a reconciliation would see us this year going back to what is the norm. It's the Abilities Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just two final, and these are recommendations, suggestions. It's heart-rending sometimes when you go to past the post offices when PAF days on. It's all these old people and young people collecting on behalf of the older ones, line up at the post office because PAF is paid on a particular day at the post office. Is there any way that the PATH and NIS, until you sort out the system where you get more people electronically receive their money and whatever, is there any way we could have a system now where we stagger the payments so that you have one set from A to D coming on the first week of the month, the second week, the third week, the fourth week, so you don't have people spend a whole day in the sun because the post offices can't accommodate people under shade, you know? And it is something that I'm suggesting that be looked at. Thank you.
I want to thank you for that suggestion. When we visited our parish offices, myself and Dr. Dunn made some observations, and I must tell you, let me congratulate the staff of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. They moved swiftly and did make some adjustments to the structure of the areas that we saw to accommodate our clients in a much better environment. Just two things I'll say. One, the payment is actually staggered. So what you're seeing is a staggered payment based on alphabetical, based on your last name, I think it is, staggered over a 2 to 3 week period. However, remember where we are moving to, and the help that we need from you is to move towards a direct deposit system. That is going to remove the need for persons to be lining up under the sun, etc., and be much more efficient. So we'll be doing that over the next year to 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, we'll now take the headers. Header 40,000, page 1 to 22. Those in favor? Header 40,000 C, page 1 to 3. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
Thank you very much.
Minister? At this time, we do welcome you and ask that you take it from here with your introduction and going into your piece.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to... Chairman, yes, that's right. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Before I start, I'd like to introduce my team. To my left, of course, is my permanent secretary, Mrs. Sansa Bennett-Templar. To my right is Mrs. Phipps, who handles all the numbers. I know Jam Pro was here. My CTD is behind me. Then we have the head of NCRA. We have JBDC. I don't have to introduce her. You can see from the outstanding batik arrangement made at JBDC and sent around the world, Mrs. Val Rivera. I have the head of CLA, head of JIPO, Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority is here. Dr. Hugh Blake, the head of Trade Board, who had the launch of a rather wonderful export Jamaica portal this morning. Who else? The head of the company's office, Mr. Shelley Leon. And yes, another support from the Trade Board. That should take care of the team. I'd like to make a brief statement, Mr. Chairman, before we get into numbers. Up to August of last year, Jamaica's export grew by 30%. I start with export because most of my year, my first year, and subsequently, I have focused on export for the simple reason that for 61 of the 62 years we've been independent, we have had a negative trade balance. Indeed, the last time we had a positive trade balance was in 1966. It's a major achievement that we must achieve. It's not going to happen in 6 months, not even 6 years, I suspect. But if we don't start and remain consistent and resilient and really relentless about it, we're never going to be the kind of wealthy country we aim to be. So it was good to see that exports last year, during that period, grew by 30%. We approved PIR, which is Productive Input Relief, for the value of machinery and raw material used in manufacturing in excess of $88 billion. That's a value. That means, Mr. Chairman and members, that we brought in machinery and raw materials to make goods and services that we would otherwise import, and we made goods and services that in some cases we exported. So that productive relief is an incentive by the government to make sure that we have more manufacturing activities happening in the country, and we want to see that continue to grow. That was $88 billion last year. The year before that was over $100 billion in value that was relief was given for. Then through JAMPRO and the Global Digital Services service sector, we trained 509 supervisory and managerial staff for the BPO knowledge sector through a loan that we borrowed from the IDB. We did not use it to buy cars or furniture or other benefits like that, not even food, dear member. We used it really to invest in Jamaicans, to train them up to a supervisory and managerial level. And this year we intend to train 1,000 more from that arrangement, which is helping partially to address the relatively tight economic situation we find with labor, one that we are happy for. Now that labor's unemployment figure is at a historical low of 4.2%. But we're making sure that money that we borrow and administered through JAMPRO is used to benefit many very ordinary Jamaicans who would not normally get this kind of digitization training to a supervisory level. We're very proud of that achievement. The ministry negotiated and cooperated with the Minister of Finance and Public Service to provide $1 billion in the film fund over a 2-year period. This allowed us to provide incentives to Paramount Studios to make the Bob Marley biopic movie, which premiered here just recently, and employed 1,800 people as assistants and about 400 in making the films directly, directly. And that film has now grossed well over 100 million and doing very, very well and bringing Jamaica's brand overseas quite effectively. In terms of helping the local business community, we are aware that, well-established businesses have great managers, they have accountants, they have tax advisors, all of those people. And Mr. Chairman, when I run NCB, I am aware that many people won't even come into the bank because people talk differently, they treat them differently, they have marble all over the place, so they don't bother. So I know so they don't come to the agencies, the 20 agencies, either as much as they should. So we decided to take the 20 agencies to them on road shows. We started in Mandeville, we expanded to Montego Bay, we went to Horace, came to Kingston, and so we had 4 major road shows during the period of time. We had well over 1,000 MSME businesses interacting with our agencies, getting advice on how to start a business formally through the company's office, talking to JAMPRO about exports, talking to JANAC about how do we get accredited or use accredited testing agencies when we want our food to be exported, and JIPO about protecting our brands. So we had that roadshow, again, with the assistance. IDB gave us a grant in this instance, not a loan, a grant, for $250,000 US that helped that program. We took then the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce to the Jamaican people, the ordinary Jamaican people across the country, and made sure they understand that the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce is indeed Jamaica's business ministry. So what are we focusing on this year? We're focusing on export again, make sure we export as much as we can, and growing our per capita GDP, which has remained significantly stagnant over a long period of time. And if we're going to make sure the wealth in Jamaica spreads down, we're going to have to make sure that per capita GDP grows. So the ministry has requested the kind of subvention that you see in our budget to ensure that we can get our work done through our agencies and through the technical folks at the ministry. Mr. Chairman, I'll take questions.
Minister, let me welcome you and your team, very formidable team of persons. I see some new faces, some experienced faces. Minister, certainly any opportunity to increase export is to be welcomed. And in this case, the numbers indicate an increase. But let me ask you, have you had a chance to look at the composition of that revenue flow? Is it goods and services, or mostly goods or services?
It depends on the period, member. The honest truth is, because we are in the mining business and we have been in bauxite for a long time, we're adding limestone, a refined limestone. We have limestone of a medical quality that is being exported from Jamaica.
We know that.
And those, therefore, make up an important part of the export product, but we are exporting significant amount of services as well. The BPO is an export, and that's $1 billion US dollar plus, so it's important. Sugar is not as high anymore. We're looking, though, to increase orchard products, which has a very strong demand, especially from my travels on business missions. There are 5 things they ask for. Scotch bonnet. They want ackee, of course. They want avocado. They want mango. And they want breadfruit flour and breadfruit slices. We're looking to make sure we grow those. In Guyana, for instance, we don't now have the capacity to export the amount, not nearly the amount of aggregate that they need and other stone products as they build out their country. So we see prospects for exports, and services is important. I see the reason why Minister Clark and myself came to that agreement for the $1 billion, because we know that the film industry is a growth industry. Juliet at JAMPRO is now negotiating with Britain. We're negotiating the agreed cooperation agreement we have with them. Canada wants, the United States wants, Nigeria wants. We're looking for other markets to cooperate with because the film industry is a growth industry, in my view, and we're going to make sure that we continue to invest in that area. So services will have to grow because we have a small geography. We have relatively limited sources in that, and therefore it's the people and technology that will have to grow our exports.
So Minister, so you're not sure what, well, first of all, I've taken a look, and I agree. I think the export numbers are largely coming from the mineral sector.
And that's why I answered that question that way. But we have manufacturing, and you've looked at it, I've looked at it, I know what those numbers are.
No, I know it. So manufacturing, we have long exported stuff in the food and the condiment beverages sector. So I wanted to know what the additionalities were. And as I looked at those numbers, they're largely from introduction of the limestone and these kind of things. But what I want to, at the services sector and BPO in particular, we are having particular challenges in the sector. What is your sense as to the prospects, the medium-term prospects for the BPO sector in respect of challenges facing the sector, mainly from both employees, labor, and technology, AI in particular?
You know, when AI was announced in, was it November last year when it really hit? May have been in November before, but whenever it came out, whenever Microsoft launched GPT, I looked at AI the same way I looked at the arrival of mobile telephony, except that AI is so much faster and so much broader. We used to wait 5 years in Jamaica to get a telephone line. When mobile telephony came, and when I came back to Jamaica, the first loan I gave, and I can make this public, was a $27 million loan to Digicel. Member Paul might very well remember that time. And in a short while, a man who I have great respect for and has given so much of us fun, a minister of government at the time could say, I can now say hello, hello. I can get as much telephony as I needed. No, not him. We all know who it is, Roger Clark. Courtesy of him. Right. Now, GPT is even more amazing. I mean, I look at what you can do with GPT on your telephone. It's not something to be feared. We need to get our kids and us to understand this. You can't fear, it's not going away. We can't fear computing. We have to just learn to understand it.
Minister, let me just, we have been told and given a commitment to move very quickly on some things. So the question, if we can be very
So
tight,
I'm finished now?
Yeah, no, very tight with the answer. So my question is, are there particular challenges, either you see none or you see some challenges?
I see opportunities. Because I tell you why.
No threat to the sector.
I tell you, no, I didn't say that. I see opportunities. Every day you get up in any sector, there's a threat. So I'm not going to say there's no threat from ChatGPT. What I do, though, see are opportunities. Sure. We are at almost full employment if you're talking about 4.2% in an emerging market. We're not going to have, our birth rate is just at about replacement level or just below. So we're not going to have a whole heap of people. The way we're going to become a rich country, which we must do, is use technology with the people that we have. So we have to train them, which is what I said before, and make sure we use the technology without being fearful. And I'll stop there.
Okay. To be clear, so I agree that we have to train, but do we have, in terms of growth for the sector, in the immediate future, not medium to long term, immediate future, we have the personnel we need to drive growth in the sector?
I believe that we do. I believe, though, Member Hilton, that the people who practice this will have to do some training. That's why we got the money from IDB ahead of time to train, and we're going to get more to train more people so that we have the personnel that they need. We do have an advantage in that we do have proximity to the biggest market in the world. Supply chains across the world from Asia is not as attractive as they used to be. So I think we can still have that if we train our people well and put in the right technology.
Okay. Okay, Minister. Minister, the MSME sector, clearly, if you're going to increase exports, particularly in services,
yeah,
you're going to have to, well, it seems to me that your your small, medium-sized enterprise sector, and that including the startups, have to play a role, because I think that's where you'll get the creativity and the opportunity to employ technology going in. Yet, as we look at the sector, a number of the loan portfolios, and the last time we had this whipsaw situation where when another ministry was before me, they said DBJ was not not your portfolio, it's elsewhere.
It's not my portfolio, no.
Well, but when this morning DBJ was here, and I saw to ask some questions, they said I should ask MIC.
Depends on what the question is.
Well, so I'm just saying to you now, I want straight answers from you. So DBJ, the Big E.
Those are the only ones you get.
The Big E program. What role do you play? Can you answer questions on the Big E program?
The Big E program is launched by DBJ. Let us state it clear. DBJ is not my portfolio responsibility.
So whose is it?
I believe it is in the Prime Minister's portfolio.
When I asked the Prime Minister this morning, when I asked the
PM was here?
The OPM.
Oh.
When I asked the OPM this morning,
yes,
the response was that MIC is a program that MIC influences, clearly not administers, but influences. And I'm asking you when you're saying it's OPM.
Well, I'm telling you where the responsibility is. The Big E program is something that we certainly support. JBDC collaborates with DBJ because clearly JBDC has the access and interaction with the MSMEs.
So who is responsible for JBDC?
We.
Well, okay.
But the program is not run by JBDC. No. It's run by DBJ in collaboration with JBDC.
So in my experience, they would not develop a program without consultation from MIC to drive the sector.
But I'm not disagreeing with that, member. What's the query?
So can you answer? You can answer. So here's the question I have for you. You certainly have responsibility for the entrepreneurship policy, right? You still do, right?
Some of it, yes.
What aspect of it you don't?
All right.
Entrepreneurship, the Department of Entrepreneurship, our small business, rests in MIC.
Yes, that is true.
You have policy responsibility for the
that too is true.
MSME sector. The question I'm asking the minister is, that we have had challenges consistently on financing, take-up of financing in the various programs that we've implemented, and that persist. What in your mind, in terms of your policy responses, are you focused on in addressing those constraints in the sector?
All right. The Big E program, I happen to know it very well. I was at the launch of the Big E program. I was invited by DBJ. At the time, I was in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, so it made sense. But I know the program very well. It's a good program. It's one we support. JBDC is who they use generally to do the training for them. But they provide the money and the support systems around it. we would like to see more of that program and that included. But we're getting $100 million. 1 second. We are working with the EU to get $100 million through JBDC to provide financing for MSMEs. So we're looking at that, and of course, up to now, we still use Exim Bank to provide financing for local people. But banks, we've noticed in our roadshow, because we invite people like Sagicor, JN Bank, and others to come, and NCB, but particularly JN Bank, Sagicor, Lasco Financing, they have some good programs that help MSME. The point of the roadshow is MSMEs don't know very much about those programs. So we asked Lasco, JN, and the other financial institutions to come and meet with the MSMEs. And of course, DBJ with Biggie was there, and we have therefore a range of alternatives that small and micro businesses can have, and we hope to make sure they have more going forward. But it's an important issue. But part of it, Member Hilton, is, as you may very well know, they don't know enough about the programs that exist, which is why we do the road shows, to take it to them and educate them, and we find that they're taking up more programs.
Minister, just so you know, this road shows have been going on for quite some time. Quite some time we've been doing road shows with MSMEs. And so that cannot be the new injection that is going to revolutionize.
I beg to differ with that, Minister, because when I came to the ministry, we completely recrafted this. It didn't exist. I can tell you that.
What did not exist?
The road show.
Really?
Yes, it did not exist. That's a statement of fact. It was
I
created by this permanent secretary and myself.
Really?
Yes.
And so what about, JB, we had a bus and vans and all. What were we doing with these buses and vans? And
I wasn't there, can't answer that, but I can tell you what we have. Let's leave that alone.
Yeah,
I can tell you this is new.
Yeah, but please, I'm just saying, you have the entrepreneurship policy unit.
Yes.
What new shifts in policies or changes will you be making to address what is clearly one of the constraining factors, which is the take-up of funds and how we get funds to the startups, micro and small, medium-sized enterprise sector to energize and to drive growth into that sector?
Well, the way we're doing it, we're using the road shows, of course, we're using social media, we're using the institutions that have the money. DBJ advertises, JBDC advertises, and I think, I'm telling you effectively, with 1,000 different brand new MSMEs getting exposure as we meet them face to face with our agencies, I believe that's one of the most effective ways. And you will see, we believe, that take-up of new loan facilities happening. And we want them, I take them as well, to look at the Jamaica Stock Exchange, the Junior Stock Exchange, which you will remember, we made sure we revived and refunded substantially in 2016 as soon as we came back to power. So we are also introducing new businesses to the stock exchange where they don't have to depend on loan money that they have to pay back every month, but they get equity, people who invest equity with them and will wait for dividends till the business grow. And we think that's a very good avenue for small and medium-sized businesses to go.
Final question in this here. So what time frame over what time frame do you think we will see the impact from all of these new and creative measures that you have introduced?
We're beginning to see some already. I started off with the export numbers that clearly
but we are clear that that didn't come from the MSME sector.
You do want me to answer?
No, but I'm saying
some of it came from the MSME sector.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Some of it came from the MSME member. And, but also, not only are we getting from the MSME, but we're also getting the money out to them through JBDC, Exim Bank, and the Biggie program that you identified.
Okay. All right.
I'm being shown lots of money given out by Exim. I won't even bother with that. I'll wait for your next question.
On that area, on that piece of...
On that sector. Let's go.
Yeah, Minister, with respect to exports, what new market access arrangements do you plan to put in place to drive and to sustain the export drive that you're correctly focused on?
There are two approaches that I'm taking, Member Hilton. One is a new market. Say it again. Member Hilton, I think I said. What we're looking at is a new market. I see Guyana. Remember now, I spent over 2 decades in the oil-rich Middle East. I've seen what happens to companies when Qatar, for instance, found new oil and a huge new gas field that I know you know about, and Member Paulwell would know about, the Qatar oil fields. When those come on stream, they change the country. Guyana has declared 11 billion barrels of oil, and found by Exxon. Exxon clearly have done additional drilling, and I have good information that they have new oils. Guyana and Jamaica have extraordinarily good relationships, and we then must look at growing our exports. As Guyana grows, they have 780,000 people for a landmass of 215,000 square kilometers. Endless land and few people. Not unlike Saudi Arabia as it was then, or even Kuwait and Qatar. So we have to look at making Jamaica, the draft in the port in Guyana is 4 to 6 meters. No ship can go into Georgetown. It's going to take them 5, 6, 7 years to get a port. They'll probably have one like Dubai or Antwerp, but it's going to take time between now and then. The special economic zone, which we're working on, we want to see that become the logistics center, something that I know is close to your heart, and use Guyana as a market to push that through. So we're looking to send a lot of aggregates and so on to Guyana, but also to send our contractors. That's why I was at the contractors seminar this morning saying we want more contractors to get more work in Jamaica so they can be prepared for Guyana. The ministers down there asked me to send our contractors and our banks because theirs are too small and the banks don't have the balance sheet to carry them. So we're looking to Guyana as a new market. But an additional market that I'm looking at, when I went to Fort Lauderdale early last year and to Atlanta, we met Goya. Goya is a big food purveyor in the United States, big brand. Goya wanted 20 40-foot containers of ackee. We could only give them a 1. Now, that tells me, and the same thing happens with breadfruit. The same thing happens with our kind of avocado that, you know, the Wegmans supermarkets, which are high-end supermarkets and has a very strong Jamaican connection, would want to have all our Simmons beer. We don't have nearly enough. So we need to look at, we have a supply problem, not a market problem. So we're looking investors, which Jampro is doing very assiduously right now, to investors to invest in these orchard crops because it's a business. Or they tell me when Mr. Carr Jarrett had mangoes, they stole them and he stopped it. Well, if you have an orchard of mangoes and people can eat mangoes, it's a business. A line item on your expense column must be security. So if you're running a business, today if you have a business and you have a big warehouse, you put security on it. You have a mango orchard, you're going to have to put security on it. So we can make that work. We need to have the water and so on. So we're looking to expand the markets we have, Member Hilton, find new markets. I'm taking a trade mission to Sierra Leone, to Nigeria, Ghana, and Rwanda later this year, because we know that Sierra Leone has just had the Turks build an outstandingly beautiful airport. If you can't make money off airplanes unless you have long haul, we're going to offer them long haul to Jamaica and the connections that we have. So we're looking to go everywhere.
Where's the long haul that you're offering in Jamaica?
They fly from there and come to here. They have aircraft.
And we have the size runway for the...
we have the size runway.
Which of the runways?
This one, and we're going to make sure we build the one that you know in Burnham Field. We need 1,450 meters of runway, hardened like we have, to take the A380. That too will be part of what we're looking to build.
So you're saying, so you agree that market access, you said it's a supply issue, not a market
We have
issue.
a supply problem. We can't supply what they want.
Well, it is, but do you accept that trade agreements drive investments, and it's the investment that you're looking for?
Without a doubt.
With Jambo?
Without a
Okay.
doubt. Without a doubt.
Okay.
So we're reviewing those trade arrangements.
Okay.
And right behind me is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she will tell you too that she's looking at trade arrangements. New ones and improved ones.
But I want to know that that is driven.
Members.
Driven by the
Members.
need from...
Remember, we have to stick to the line item, please.
This line item?
No, tell me which page you're on.
No, I'm at page 5317.
5317?
Yes. So, Minister, we agree that the trade agreements and MIC has to drive those trade agreements.
Right behind me is Trade Board. As I said, I was here this morning. Dr. Hugh Blake is looking at that with our technical, our CTD, Mrs. Franklin, and the Trade Board are looking at our trade arrangements, because we have to use the ones we have, improve them, and get new ones.
Particularly our rules of origin, which they know about.
Yes.
Particularly our rules of origin. So, Trade Board not going, it's a rules of origin, but MIC have to drive them.
As I said, the ministry.
Otherwise, JAMPO can't get the investment that they need. Right?
Yes, the technical people in the ministry are working with the Trade Board.
Minister, procurement. Procurement, what is the role you envision for the national industrial policy in driving the expansion in the export sector, and in particular your MSME?
You know, Member Hilton, we have an offtake program where, as you know, the government says 20% of big contracts and so on should go to MSMEs. We haven't used that nearly as effectively. The VS will tell you that her and the CTD have charged to make sure. I see an offtake like a grant.
And that's page 5319.
I'm just very upset when some taxpayer in Holland or Germany or France would give us a grant through the EU and we don't take it up. So I have a charge every grant, search for it and take it up. An off-take program is the same, but we haven't really pushed it enough. We don't say to contractors and businesses, there is this portion of a big contract. And I chair the Infrastructure Committee of Cabinet, and contracts 60 million and above come there. And so many come, and we don't go out and say to our own Jamaicans, there is an opportunity here. Take the opportunity, build a company, use the stock exchange, and get a company to do the offtake. So now we have that objective with us as an area of growth. It's an area of money. You have money you can get, so go and work for it. So I agree with you. We're going to make sure we push that much more effectively.
So the issue, you think, is education?
The issue is primarily education and initiative from our side. We in the ministry must get the same way we do the PIR and get $88 billion of trade given benefit. We must take this to our businesses that employ people and say, come take this, 20% of this is yours. Go phone a company with your brother and your friend and come get it, and we're willing to help you. That's what we're going to try and do.
Finally, for me, Minister, the special economic zone. The zones are primarily that we have are primarily single-use zones. What are we doing, the SEZ authority, to incentivize and to get more multi-users zones going?
One of the first things that we're doing, Member Hilton, and you touch the right thing in terms of when you're talking about trade, you have to have the right agreements in place. I have charged the new CEO, Mrs. Kelly-Dawn Hamilton, who is here with us, and her Chief Legal Officer, Mrs. Janice Williams, to make sure we look at the legislation we now have. Like everything else, time takes care of it. You have to adjust it. So we're looking at it to adjust it for that reason. Part of the issue that we have, of course, is how we deal with the services sector, given what UNCTAD requires, and they don't want seepage of tax benefits across borders and so on. So all those are being looked at. Of course, we have to work with finance because there's a tax angle to it. And we're looking at those to improve the legislation to make it work. But also going out to businesses and say, here in Jamaica we have this. Already what we have is quite good. We're looking to try and get the Caymanas estate going because it's a big place. We want a master developer, and we think we're quite close because the money exists. It's the investment intelligence that you need. You have to have somebody who understands property because you're going to sell around the world. You have to have somebody who can do EPC contracts to get it done properly, and you have to have somebody who has a long financial breath that can undergo a build-out period for 5 to 6 years before you get the long return. So it does take time, but we're adjusting rather than changing, adjusting the legislation to make sure as much as we can add incentives, and it's not all tax and give back money, but there are other incentives that we're looking at, and we think we're very close to doing that, especially as we look at Guyana and what we want to do there.
But the large-scale enterprise industry bill that the Minister of Finance spoke of when he was here.
Yes.
How will that aid you? And more particularly, I want to know what are the specific areas of the SEZ bill that you legislation that you want to change?
The LPPI, the long-term pioneer project investment, which is Minister Clark, it is of course something, a product of finance. Minister Clark is looking to pitch it at $1 billion. At least initially, it will go up to a higher number some years after that. That legislation has been in the making. He has committed to me that he's going to certainly, right after the budget, look at LPPI. He has announced it in his budget before. How that will help us? Because it will say to people who want to invest in Jamaica, Member Hilton, that A, go straight to the SEZ website, go to the Ministry of Finance, go to MIC website, and here are the terms and conditions. You don't have to know Member Hilton or Minister Clark or even the Prime Minister. You can, it's out there, it's going to be rules-based, and you put in $1 billion, and you're going to do A, B, C, D, this is what you get. Now, it makes it easier for people who want to make sure that there are no funny stuff going on. You have to go talk to somebody privately in a restaurant to get the deal done. We want to take that out. We want to make it rules-based. So that LPPI piece of legislation is vital. And I keep, testing Minister Clark to get it done nicely because I know what's on his agenda. He has a lot on the agenda. But we hope that in this fiscal year, we will get it done, and it will be a big boost because it gives us something else in our selling basket to take with us.
I think so, and this is why my question about what are the specific changes you perceive needs to be made in the SEZ legislation?
Not much at all. Not for that, because right now we can offer the 650 acres of Kamina as one main estate, and we have 2 or 3 others we can. So that's not going to limit us. What the legislation does is it says that if I'm bringing in $1 billion, I know what I can get from it. It's not now clear, and we want that to have it clear as possible.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, you made mention earlier of an incentive payment to Paramount for the Bob Marley movie. Can you indicate what was the actual cost to us in terms of that incentive payment, and whether or not we anticipate any future benefit from said movie?
My recollection, member, is that it was about $12.5 million US dollars, none of which we've paid yet. What we've done, the agreement was they would employ a number of people. They actually fitted out a school. They trained people in the process, and we would remember now, member, the film fund is $1 billion Jamaican dollars. Making film is not easy. What did we get for it? What did we get for it? I told you already. We employed 1,800 people for 6 months, side people. We had 400 direct employees for the movie over that same period of time. Many of them got additional training. They gave a school, renovated a school or two in Trenchtown. Plus, they were quite willing to move it immediately to the Domrep and Trinidad, and all of that would be lost on us. And we got a movie about Bob Marley, largely made in Jamaica, and we got the kind of brand exposure that we could never get otherwise, and we have Paramount now being an advocate for making films in Jamaica. It's an investment, it's not a spend. So we invested, and we think it's well invested. They've made their movie. They haven't even submitted the bills yet, because part of the deal we have is that we have to have audited numbers with the invoices before we pay. So it's well run, well organized, and it's a good investment. What's that? What, how much is
No. I know. So, I'm not sure if I heard clearly. 12.5 million US dollars?
I put the decimal point in the wrong place. It's actually 234 million, which came out to 1.5 million. I had Mrs. Phipps just check it for me.
Oh.
1.5.
1.5 million.
US.
No, because
I did say it, so I'm correcting myself. Yes.
I was equally as shocked. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister?
Before I take you, Madam Chairman, I'd just like to say that as I said, we have to get the invoices back. So it's a rebate on their spend. That's not nearly what they spend. It's a rebate, a portion of what they spend. But it was not 12.5, it's 1.5. It's 1.5. Member Brownberg.
I am on 5311.
2311?
5311.
5311.
Yeah, the cannabis product development.
Yes.
Minister, I listened to you very carefully, and I heard you identify some areas for potential investment and business opportunities. And I was very surprised that I really didn't hear anything around cannabis. And then I went to page 5311 and I looked at what we had there. And I noticed a little marginal increase, yes, in my terms. But I recognize, Minister, that in all of what is there, grants, contributions, and subsidies has $0. I do know that where we are in the industry, it is clear that we need to make something available for those individuals on whose back the industry has been built, and that they need a leg up, you know? And I didn't see it here, so I was wondering where that was and why it wasn't there. I am also concerned, Minister, that we still are, and I know that the CLA was established with a particular mandate, but I'm still concerned that we haven't sought to really move from this totally regulating environment to one of a business development environment. And those are my words, because that's how it comes across in the industry.
Right.
That is really more about the regulation and the security and the transferring and how that is done, rather than an approach that says, let us see how we help those traditional farmers who are interested in coming into the legal system to build that business. And I'm concerned about it because I suspect if we continue like this, pretty soon we won't even have 3 lines in the estimates of expenditure.
Member Brown Burke, as you can see, my enthusiasm for business really has very little boundary. I intend to do business well within the law to make sure we get the best out of it. So my enthusiasm for making the CLA work is strong. We are in the process of amending the dangerous drugs cannabis licensing interim regulations, includes cultivators transitional special permit and the ADP. The regulations are being finalized to give effect to the cultivators transitional special permit and the community special permit, the ADP. Now, what does all that mean? It means that the legislation is at OPC and should be completed soon because we're making adjustment. I have announced that we're going to waive fees in what we're proposing here for the first 2 years for people, because the fees is, you know, it's a hindrance. It's not an incentive at all. It's a negative pushback. So we want to get that out of the way for ordinary farmers. We have, though, because and Member Brown Burke, this is part of the problem that we have when cannabis came on and it was such a hype, not just here. I just came back after a few months ago. I went to Canada, had a long session in Ottawa with the cannabis people in there. And what happened in Canada, Canada got the same excitement we got because some of it came down here. And they went and they grew cannabis. And they grew. And they have completely oversupplied in the market. They have tons and tons of warehouses of cannabis because they grew and they expected. I remember the market one time took off and a Canadian share went up and then it crashed. Because in the final analysis, we're dealing with a Schedule I drug which is dangerous. Under the UN Charter of 1961, in the UN Agreement 1961, which we signed in 1985. Cannabis is a Schedule I drug and therefore cannot be shipped even in the airspace of the United States. Can't go to the United States, and we have sold a little bit to Germany and Australia, but those are small amounts. The big market is the United States. What has happened is, although it's a Schedule I drug, about 23 states have changed the laws. But under the ICC, the Interstate Commerce Act, California can't sell to a neighboring state. Colorado can't cross the border to a neighboring state, but the states are so big that their banks within the states can trade and do all that. But you still can't cross a state border with cannabis in the United States. So it's a big issue. We're trying to make sure we build the market here locally as much as we can. We also reduce the requirements for small people who are under 2 acres to make sure it's easy. We're doing all that we can within the borders of Jamaica. But you can't cross the border because it's a Schedule 1 drug, and we're going to have to get that law changed in the United States, which usually, if I remember correctly, it takes 38 states and the 2 houses of Congress to change.
Minister, it sounds to me like we should tell all Jamaicans, because this generation is probably going to die before we get there, it sounds like, just based on what you have said. It sounds like this generation has no hope. Yeah? And you know where I'm coming from. You know where I'm coming from. I believe that we have honestly called for too long. Yes, and at some point you can call for so long, but at some point you have to find something to hold on to stand up. And I think that, I just believe that more can be done. It is going to take some bold leadership, I do agree, but I think that more can be done and more needs to be done, especially given the historic role that Jamaica has played in terms of bringing cannabis on to the international scene, and what others are able to do and are doing.
Member Roundberg, I would say to you that I never see tomorrow as a day without hope. It's not how I look at the world. What I do know, I do want to be as realistic as I can. Part of what happened when all this started with the cannabis thing is the hype was too high. People forgot to read what the UN Convention requires when you have a Schedule 1 drug. And so what is carrying the cannabis business in Jamaica is the historical arrangement that has been in place. What has been wanted is people want to get into the business of cannabis. And when you want to get into a business, you check with your lawyers. The lawyers will tell you you're a Schedule 1 drug. You can't put it in a plane. You can't move it out. The hype run ahead of the reality. We're trying to put reality back into the store and see what we can do with what we have in Jamaica until the laws are changed elsewhere. Because we don't have the market to do what it is.
Thank you, Minister. My last set of questions. Minister, Intellectual Property, JIPO.
Yes.
The entity I see on 53.9, entity is now making a significant contribution as appropriation in aid to its budget. But what I'd like to know is what has happened since we have formally, since the Madrid Protocol has been implemented. How is that, is the agency exploited that opportunity, and where are we in terms of intellectual property protection globally?
The agency has put in place everything that is needed for the Madrid Protocol, and in fact the Marrakesh arrangements. I've signed those agreements. We're well on board. JIPO has been ahead. We went to St. Kitts in November for the World Intellectual Property Conference. Locally, business people, we're educating, we believe, part of the roadshow as well, to say, get registered, use it, and the Madrid Protocol is there, but we have to encourage, not so much JIPO alone, but the ministry and or other agencies. We have 18, 20 other agencies that must encourage people to use the benefits of JIPO. And we think that we're well on the road to do that. That's why JIPO is on the road show with us. When we go, People just didn't even know that the place exists for most part. The lawyers know, and they make their fees from people who want business to be registered from overseas. But I think Jaipur is now growing. We're also, I've asked Lily Claire we have rum and jerk for GI indication, geographical indications. We have another product for certification. Lily Claire, what's that product? We have, our coffee is under GI certification. We have a number of other products that I've asked her to get GI, global geographical indication for, to make sure, because we have missed things like red pole and so on. The issue of getting GI indication, Jaipur cannot do it. It's a group must come together, I know you know it, but for others, a group must come together and request that GI indication. And we're looking now, asking for JAMPRO, JBDC, others, to help us to form groups. Like we encourage groups to go to the stock market, we're going to encourage them to come to Jaipur and get GI indications through Jaipur and through the Madrid Protocol.
An initiative was started, Minister, about valuation. To value, a process to value intellectual property.
Is that SIPA you're not talking about?
No.
The valuation.
Yeah, there is a program. There was a program.
The IDB study is not completed, I'm told. There is a study going on, funded by IDB to get to that.
No, I'm talking about a training initiative. That banks and others are being trained in the valuation process. How is that going, and has that been concluded?
That's a different program by IDB. It was concluded, the training has taken place, and they're all trained with collaboration thanks to IDB.
And the banks are now on board?
It's finished, yes.
And the banks are now on board?
They're trained. When the banks get on board, might not be the same time as when the training is finished, as you know. So there's work to be done.
Are the banks on board?
They got the training. Getting the banks on board will be something I imagine I will have to get involved with, because the trainers are now ready.
Okay. Minister, is the competition commission?
Sorry, in fairness, only 2 banks are on board. I'll have to work on the others.
Two are on board?
2 on board.
That's a start. Is competition policy still under your...
NCC, I chair the National Competitive Council.
The Competition Commission.
You know, FTC, yeah, man.
Fair.
Yeah, it's on the main. And we're merging them, as you know.
Yeah, well...
CAC and FTC.
Well, when is that? When is something coming to the Parliament for us to look at? If you're merging those 2 institutions...
it will come here because it has to be done. We imagine, given the circuitous route that we have to go through everywhere, we should get it to Parliament in about 3 months.
But, Minister, my question I really want to ask is, I would have inflation, the inflation that we are now faced with.
Yes.
That these 2 agencies...
Member Hilton, please. We're on the, which page are we on?
Minister.
You have to keep it within...
This is 53.9. Could you look at 53.9?
53.9?
Yes, 53,009. Yeah. Take a look. So the competition commission.
Yes.
Fair competition act.
Fair trade, yeah, commission.
Yeah. I would like to see that the commission have a role to play in addressing some of the structural issues facing businesses that needs to address to deal with competition and pricing. They've been very quiet over these many years. I've not heard anything from them, and yet they have a critical role to play in the competitive business, the market economy, to address issues of pricing. Similarly, the consumer commission.
We do, they do make reports. I get them. There's nothing irregular in the market. When there is, I send them out if there's something. But inflation is largely a monetary policy issue. The Bank of Jamaica has one issue, a one-issue mandate. A one-issue mandate. Manage inflation, nothing else.
Anyway,
The fiscal policy affects it, but the mandate is with the Bank of Jamaica.
And we're not going to debate that today. We're not going to debate that today. But not. The final question I have for you, Minister, is the separation of the BSJ with the standards and the enforcement body. Where are we in that?
The separation of the?
Separation in the Bureau of Standards,
yes,
of standards making and enforcement. Where are we?
It is the NCRA Act took care of that. NCRA is now established with its full board, passed through Parliament and the Senate, and I've appointed the board, and the NCRA is independent of the BSJ.
When did that take place? When did I miss that?
When did we pass it?
Came into force on the 15th of January.
It came into force on the 15th of January, but it was passed last year.
Yeah, but the actual separation.
Yeah, man, separation is
separated now.
Is done.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, good. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will now take the header. 53,000, page 1 to 20. Those in favor? Those against? Header 53,000C, pages 1 to 4. Those in favor? Those against? Header 53038, page 1 to 6. Those in favor? Those against? In all three matters, ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
Chairman and members, thank you very much.
Minister, we welcome you all to the Standing Finance Committee at this time. We ask that you take the floor and introduce your team and go right into your deliberation.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. My team, I've gotten your permission to recognize them as the executive arm of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. So we don't have to call names. The PS is unavoidably absent because he's traveling, but he's ably represented by the rest of the team here. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. I also dispense with the preamble and the run-up and perhaps just ask that the questions be tabled. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Minister, thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I only have 3 questions. One is the big ticket item.
The
big ticket item, $21 billion Cornwall Regional Hospital. You indicated in the media recently that there are a lot of concerns about Cornwall Regional and that you'll have a day when you'll explain why it has a $21 billion now. I think today is the day. Can you tell the members now?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, you don't want to ask all 3, no? Or,
no.
No? Okay. All right, so thank you for that. And I think it's a worthwhile question, given what was carried in the media, which is, of course, published. I think there is an impression, just to create the context, that $21 billion has been spent or is to be spent, because only about $6.8 billion has been spent so far, on the Cornwall Regional 10-story building, which is the building that we had to evacuate and is now in the process of significant renovating. This is not the case, and when I commented in the media, I said that perhaps it could have been carried slightly differently in the publication that was tabled, but let me explain. The Cornwall Regional project has been divided in the first instance in 2 projects. 5 projects? Well, 2 projects with project 2 having a number of phases. The first project is the relocation of the Cornwall Regional Services. Because remember, when we had to evacuate the building was occupied with certainly over 450 patients, and there are significant number of services within the building. You couldn't just empty the building and not have somewhere for these people to go. So for the first maybe year and a half or so, a fair bit of resources was spent to relocate the services of Cornwall Regional Hospital from the main building, and therefore not money spent on the building but on relocation. So let me give you an example with some specifics. So project 1, the relocation of the services, it cost about $1.8 billion, approximately. And that included not just on the compound of Cornwall, but in the region, the health region. So Falmouth Hospital, alteration and construction of new roof, renovation and extension of Falmouth outpatient area, issues around drainage, restoration of operating theaters, and just to give a few examples, that included things like plumbing and electrical and all the things that go with the construction, electrical supply to. Then we had the doctor's quarters that was converted to inpatient care. So where the staff lived on the compound, they were evacuated or asked to make space for those beds to be transferred from the main building to that area, and that involved a substantial amount of renovation of living quarters building, level B4, renovation of block 3, 3rd floor, and again, I could go on and on. Then there were other services that were established. There was the doubling of the expansion of the Mount Salem Clinic, which was converted to the accident and emergency ward. We had to put in a minor operating theater. We built out a new diagnostic center to relocate the diagnostic services on the compound. That's just adjacent to the Mount Salem Clinic. We established a new dialysis center so dialysis services could continue outside of the building. And we had to lease, which is still in operation, and retrofit the Seventh-day Adventist main hall facility, which sees sometimes 500 outpatient services per day. So that's a major conference center of the Seventh-day Adventists. So these are just some of the things that had to be done. I could go on, but I have given the figure. Beyond that, there was Project 2. So having relocated all the services, we had to then go to the main building, and a number of things were required. In the initial stages, I think this is common knowledge because I've spoke about it, it was an HVAC problem, and that costing was done, and this HVAC, or air conditioning system, was secured early, but then that morphed into a moisture problem, and there had to be significant changes, including replacing the roof, the electrical, and so on. Then there was a demolition because we have stripped the building down to bare minimum, just the concrete and mortar, and reinforcing of that building. And then, of course, the structural repairs, and we're now in the final phase, and that's the figure that we most recently gave prior to now, which is the 14.5 billion, which is the phase that will now do the design and build. Now, included in that figure also that was put out is, one second, medical equipment. So all the equipment that will go into the new building and equipment that we had to purchase prior to now was accounted for because a lot of the equipment was outdated, never worked, and we don't intend to put back in the new building any old equipment. So it will literally be a new hospital with new equipment. And that is contained in the projections also. So in other words, Chairman and colleague, what the 21 billion reflects is the health system strengthening of the Western Regional Health Authority, which includes the Cornwall Regional Campus. We had to extend the car park. We had to put in for more parking because, you know, the Western Child and Adolescent Hospital is under construction. So you're literally creating over 700 beds where it was once 450 beds. And also the total equipping of that facility. And the
Minister,
yes,
you segue into another hospital now.
No, we'll take the Western out of it, but it's relevant because if you build another hospital beside the original 10-story, so you have a twin tower now. Maybe that's the wrong choice of word given the history of the twin tower, but it's two high-rise buildings on the compound, 8 floors, 10. It means that the supporting infrastructure, which is the yard space for parking, for people movement, would have had to be expanded. And if you visit the compound, you will see where we had to put in one car park with another projected to be put in, and several other supporting infrastructure to ensure that when both buildings are operational, it can be supported by the respective systems. But let me just say that what is important for the Jamaican people to appreciate, because the impression was created that somehow this thing has ballooned to 21 billion that is going into a 10-story building, is that this expenditure has in fact expanded and strengthened the health infrastructure in the Western Regional Health Authority, because every hospital benefited from the expenditure. Primarily Falmouth, primarily the compound of Cornwall, but even Noel Holmes got benefits out of this expenditure, and indeed Sablamar.
Minister, you if you look at 42,000 C12 and you add up all of those, you get $18.3 billion.
Right.
So you're saying that $2.71 billion, which is the difference between the 21 and that, would be what was basically spent in other areas that you just elucidated a while ago.
Yes, but also the fact that you have to extract from that equipment costs, which will be placed in the main building, and there is an issue around taxes that we have to sort out.
All right, fine.
Which is 1.88 billion or something like that,
okay,
which under normal circumstances, but that is subject to conversation with the Ministry of Finance, would be waived.
So you're saying that the tax of 1.8 is embedded in this 21
That
billion?
is my understanding, yes.
All right. When questions arise from that, what have you done with all the old equipment? Because some of them is still salvageable. Have you sent it to the other hospitals in the region or elsewhere?
When we built out and doubled the capacity of the Mount Salem Clinic and the new diagnostic center, as well as relocate the services on the compound to other structures, permanent and temporary structures like the dialysis center. The equipment that was usable was transferred to those areas. But the plan going forward and the costing around the new structure will also include the procurement of new equipment.
You had given a time frame as to when the building will start to be occupied, which was sometime this year. Are you still holding to that time frame?
To start occupying, because I did say a phased in approach. Yes, I'm still holding close to that. Where we are now, the designs, the internal design, because the final phase of design and build is going very well, I am told, by the project team. And there is some further demolition taking place to begin to construct or reconstruct dietary in the first instance, because the vision is that dietary will be one single activity in one location to support both structures. So we have to finish dietary. And then there are some other phased approaches during the course of the latter part of this year, which will continue into the new year.
When is it that they expected to phase in? What time? No, this year into the building.
You know, I'm nervous to give specific deadlines because you have held me to them hard.
The country.
And I've had egg on my face a couple of times, and I've committed not to have it again. You know, in these construction things, there's always a give and take. But I'm told that sometime this calendar year, we should start seeing some occupation.
All right, Minister, can you look
But I suspect it's the latter part.
All right. Can you look at your budget? That comes on 42,002. I see here where you, in terms of your compensation of employees, your revised estimate for 23-24 moved from 66 to $77 billion. And we understand that has to do with salary increases as well as employment of additional personnel, doctors coming from contract permanent in the system. But I have a little concern, and my concern is that last year you gave us this book and told us about the clinician workforce that you're going to be implementing in the ministry, and you did indicate that it is not tomorrow, but over a number of years. But if you look at the book, you see that your projected estimate for this year, next year, and the following year is the same amount of $77 billion, which means that you're not going to employ anybody. That's one thinking, or that you've employed everybody already, right? And you have said before that part of the reason why in the estimates, I think it was the third supplementary, that some monies had to be returned because you did not do or could not do all the employment in that particular period. What is the status? Are you going to be expecting that there's going to be supplementary budget to accommodate the future employment as you go along? Because this book, you know, gives a projection estimates over the years, and, you know, John Public might feel that you're not going to employ one more. You're not going to be employing anyone more.
That's a logical conclusion, having looked at the numbers, except that in the discussions with the Ministry of Finance, the technocrats, that is not necessarily me, we were told to proceed with the recruitment and that Finance will provide an increased budget based on the process of recruitment. So I do anticipate once we find the people, and it's challenging to find some of the people, that in supplementary estimates during the course of the year, you will see additional allocation to account for the additional numbers. And that is the official position that has been given by the Ministry of Finance.
Can you tell me where the $1.1 billion, which is represented in this book from NHF, a recovery for NHF from the Ministry of Health and Wellness? Where in this here is the $1.1 billion reflected in this book as a recovery from the Ministry of Health and Wellness? page 188 in terms of income. Expense recovery, Ministry of Health, $1.1 billion. Can you tell me where in this budget book that is accounted for?
I'm told, which book is it in? The current book?
Is,
the current book?
This is ending March 2025.
Right.
This is the current book.
Right.
Yes, and in it is for 24-25, there's an expense recovery, Ministry of Health, maybe not wellness, maybe it's not your ministry, but it's the Ministry of Health, of $1.1 billion from the Ministry of Health as an income for the National Health Fund. I want to know where...
My understanding is that that was recovered some time ago, so I'm going to have to interrogate that and get back to you on it. I know that there is a conversation taking place between the NHF and the Ministry of Finance around the surplus that they have, and that some of that surplus will be required to be remitted to the Ministry of Finance. I think it's $5 billion, and then to be used in supporting the program of drug procurement for distribution based on the NHF's budget. So I know that that conversation is taking place.
But could I ask you to...
But I'd have to look at that at one point, yeah.
If you could give us some information on that. My other two questions, Minister.
Yeah? Sorry?
The only other question I have, and it's a parochial question.
Parochial.
I told her there were three questions I have.
Yes. You had some part A and part B, though, because you're about 6 now. But
Sorry?
Anyway. Oh, go ahead.
No, these were follow-up to the first big-ticket item. Yes, thank you. Right. Like the phases of Cornwall Regional, 5, yes. When is it that you're going to be, one, constructing the health center at Port Maria? Health center, a proper health center for the Port Maria Hospital. And secondly, when is it that you're going to be doing the expansion for the Port Maria Hospital? The health center, as you are aware, is a temporary structure that's constructed on the hospital's compound. The hospital has a lot of space, and what basically happens is the plan, as we have been told over the years, to construct a proper health center for Port Maria. Has this come across your desk? Has it been discussed with the Northeast Area Health Authority? And what is the status where that is concerned?
Can I say that the government has committed so much resources to capital expenditure, as you would have seen in the book, and that there are so many projects going on.
Maybe tell me it's not this year, I can live with that.
I am prepared to say it is on the cards, but maybe the Member of Parliament should engage the Minister as part of his efforts to lobby for his people that he represents, and then we can have a more definitive...
You recall, we have had this discussion before, no, Minister, when you came to Port Maria.
So, lobbying means,
continuously.
Exactly. But we are doing a lot of construction now. And
I've always credited the Minister with a good memory, Yes. But seemingly I've credited you with too much.
We can have a conversation on it. Remember, I was in your area and we opened one through an adopter clinic for one of your health centers. But yes. I agree with you that we need to, we're right-sizing the critical infrastructure, starting with the ones that are in most need by nature of the expansion of population. So you know about Spanish Town, Cornwall, of course, Western Child, and we're going to Maypen and St. Anne's Bay. But we can have a conversation on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I'm being told, and it's true, that the primary care renewal strategy, which I will speak more to in specific terms, will involve a reclassification of health center facilities. That reclassification will be accompanied by build-out and also more personnel and more services being offered. So I'll check to see if the one you mentioned is linked to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, what's one simple question? They have, Jamaicans have been asking about the COVID numbers, COVID deaths, confirmed deaths. I don't know if you're aware. I know that the heights of the pandemic, that's over, but I think that persons are still interested to know, what the confirmed deaths look like, and are we tracking that?
All right, so as of March 2020, March 4th, 2024, we had 156. Sorry? Oh, yeah, as of March 2024, we had 156,869 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Jamaica. And we had 100, that's deaths. 2 for 2024. So let me just go through the years. 2020, 331. 2021, 2,734. That's a big year. 2022, 588. 2023, 101. And to date, 2024, 2. So we're on the downward trajectory. So you could, if you add all of those, you will get the total number. So 331 in 2020, 2,734 in 2021, 588 in 2022, 101 in 2023, and 2 in 2024. Total is 3,756. I should add that I did a check on the healthcare workers for another reason, and we lost, on record anyway, we lost about 53 healthcare workers on the front line, either through secondary contracting or while they were on the front line, which is something I think we need to do something for them to recognize their efforts at a later date. Any other question?
One question, Minister. 4212, the provision of pharmaceutical medical equipment. My understanding is, and you can correct me, is that we purchase centrally for the health system, or how do we procure our supplies, medical
equipment? Right.
And supplies, not just equipment.
End to end, right. So in the case of the Cornwall and the Spanish Town, the IDB program and Cornwall, Western Trail, the contract involves the procurement of medical equipment and the servicing of that equipment. So there are some specific requirements. We are moving to a more uniform system around procurement. This year we hope to introduce leasing, because we have found that one of the big challenges with just doing ad hoc purchasing is that we get different brands, different technologies, and the economies of scale that could be achieved through servicing and so on is not, and it creates a problem. So the service level agreements that we have started to roll out will continue to include a requirement for any purchase of diagnostic or medical equipment to include a service arrangement to reduce the downtime. In terms, yeah, you said medical equipment, not drugs, did you?
Drugs. What I want, the pharmaceutical drugs and
drugs. Well, the last procurement process we underwent with drugs through the NHF, of course, was for a 3-year period. So I think it was about 34 companies qualified to procure, to secure about 27 billion Jamaican dollars worth of drugs over 3 years. And we now have 21 categories of illnesses that we supply drugs for. Recently added 5 additional areas. And, but in the interim, for various reasons, whether because of stock out or new things emerging, NHF does conduct procurement arrangements to fill any gaps that are created. But in the main, there is a 3-year program now in effect that involves multiple suppliers for the critical drugs that are required.
Have we seen the need to make any adjustments in the post-COVID period?
In terms of the drugs?
Yeah, the acquisition,
well,
procurement.
It's a review that takes place almost every year. When I was minister, I think we had 17 categories of illness that were accounted for under the NHF. We are now at 20. We just added 5, and we had 1 or 2 before. We're at 21. We're at 21 now. So what it means that out of a review and the sick profile characteristics, we have added additional categories to satisfy the demands on the NHF.
And that's post-COVID?
It started pre, but the last 5 was post, because it was just announced a few months ago. That includes things like certain types of cancers and so on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. That was
efficient,
short and to the point.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank your team for coming.
Are you going to take the heads?
Yes, we're going to take the header. Okay. So, header 42,000, page 1 to 7. Those in favor? 17, sorry. Pages 1 to 17. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Header 42,000 C, pages 1 to 15. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Header 42,034, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Header 42,035, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, and thanks to my colleagues and to the team.
Good afternoon. Good evening. It is all well that at this time of the evening we are blessed with such a lovely face in the form of Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. No, we're not talking about the Lakwanda. And so at this time, Madam, we have far spent where the day is concerned. I suspect that you're going to be as precise as possible, so that we don't lose the beauty. Over to you now, Madam.
I am guided, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And good evening to all members of the Standing Finance Committee. Allow me to start by introducing my team: Minister of State, the Honorable Alando Terrelonge, Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Celia Monteith, Ambassador Sharon Miller, Acting Chief Technical Director, Mrs. Viola Walton, Principal Finance Officer, and Mr. Brentnall Salmon, our Director of Management Accounts. Welcome the opportunity to be here to share the key programs that the Ministry will pursue for the upcoming financial year. Perhaps I will share less than I might have shared earlier in today, but Jamaica has been doing well in what is undoubtedly a dynamic and very challenging international socioeconomic and political environment. And our foreign policy initiatives to be pursued under this budget reflect our consideration of national strategic priorities and our overarching imperative to promote and protect the interests of our nation and people while being a good global partner. During the 23-24 financial year, our budgetary allocation furthered our 5 strategic priorities: strengthened relationships and cooperation with bilateral, regional, hemispheric, and multilateral partners; expanded utilization of national trade policy and economic diplomacy strategies to support inclusive, sustainable economic growth and job creation; advancement of the diaspora engagement agenda; effective representation and advocacy in the multilateral system to influence outcomes that support our interests as a country; and improved organizational capacity, program management, and service delivery. We will continue to vigorously pursue these objectives through our targeted actions that contribute to national sustainable development with the limited resources which have been committed to the ministry. So turning to the budget, specifically, the proposed budgetary allocation to support this year's work is approximately $6.751 billion. This gross budget includes appropriations in aid of about $100 million, funded by projected earnings through the provision of consular services. The budget comprises allocated expenditure of $2.556 billion for compensation and $4.195 for recurrent programs. And this reflects a reduction of about 21% or $1.798 billion compared to the revised estimates of expenditure for last year. And this is because of a special allocation that had to be made to address bilaterally donated equipment. So the value of the equipment, which was booked in our accounts, as well as the duties that had to be paid for clearance, technical equipment, security equipment, etc. As we move into, that's a significant shift. If you remove that, it's about $909 million above the provisional estimates of 23-24. So as we move into 24-25, we commit to building on our successes and to expanding and strengthening our international relations and trade, as well as our diaspora engagement. And these efforts will be supported by strategic utilization of our limited resources. I want to just affirm our commitment to operate in a financially prudent manner, recognizing that one of the ongoing challenges, and I've spoken about this in previous years as well, the fact that about 80% of our budget is expended in different foreign exchange currencies does affect our spend. And when this is combined with the inflationary circumstances in many of our partner countries, this makes the work of our very diligent and capable finance team even more challenging. So we continue to work through, but these are the 2 countervailing challenges that we continue to meet. We are, however, committed to ensuring that the budgetary allocation is used efficiently and that we will, therefore, advance Jamaica's development goals. In the year ahead, we plan to target at least 2 more entry into formal diplomatic relations with at least 2 more countries, deepening our bilateral relationships through visits, meetings, and engagements that will focus on health, security, agriculture, tourism, energy, sports and culture, logistics, and of course the diversification of our economic base and human capacity development. Last year, we could call on many successes in different areas, but I'll just mention two in respect of our 6-year violence prevention partnership with the UK. That's valued at approximately $2.9 billion, as well as a fund of $1.3 billion for climate financing. So we have been working across the spectrum and securing support for Jamaica's national development goals. Enhancing trade and investment prospects will remain critical with major bilateral partners in the Caribbean and outside, continuing engagement and advocacy within the UN system in relation to maintenance of a rules-based international system, adherence to the rule of law, the achievement of the SDGs, and in particular financing and related development actions, and the creation of a multidimensional vulnerability index, supporting climate action and addressing other challenges shared by other small island developing states, access to concessional funding, especially for highly indebted middle-income countries, and of course addressing our interests in respect of maritime issues within the context of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and our role as a host of the International Seabed Authority, and of course supporting our role as a member of the Heads of Government panel on oceans. We maintain robust participation in regional, hemispheric, and international bodies, so CARICOM, OAS, CELAC, ACS, the WTO, OECPS, and the Commonwealth. And it is recalled that our work within these different fora afforded our successful election last year to 7 important international bodies, including the IMO, the World Heritage Committee, and the WTO, the World Tourism Organization Executive Council. In respect of trade, this year we will be managing and undertaking the processes associated with Jamaica's 5th trade policy review, which is being undertaken by the WTO a little later this year. We're going to build on the work done to date through active participation in negotiations within the WTO, including in agriculture, services, dispute settlement, and WTO reform, among others. At the recent 13th Ministerial Conference, MC13, we were, of course, part of Jamaica's strong team to safeguard our interests in respect of fisheries subsidies, electronic commerce, agriculture, special and differential treatment for developing countries, and other matters that have a bearing on the rules impacting future of multilateral trade. I'm anticipating another question about that, so I won't bother to say any further. And of course, we've been advancing Jamaica's interests within CARICOM through COTED, and I should have mentioned earlier, of course, that we are chair of the Council of Foreign and Community Relations, so we continue to engage in formal and informal meetings in that regard. There's more to say. We have the Diaspora Conference coming up. It's our 10th biennial Diaspora Conference, so it's a major milestone, the 20th anniversary of formal diaspora engagement. We have big things to welcome, like the diaspora engagement model, the diaspora investment platform, and the registration portal, which is going to really change the dynamic in terms of things that people have been asking for years, which will now be facilitated. And the Honorable Alando Terrelonge is working assiduously to ensure that we have a hugely successful conference. You are all invited. In consular affairs, of course, we're continuing to develop the consular policy, improve our processes for managing consular activities and using technology to be able to serve people better. Apostilles are working very well and have been a real boon, especially as countries like China joined the apostille conventions this year, which has almost resulted in almost doubling of applications within our apostille process. The expansion of our consular network and refreshing of it continues. Where persons have become elderly and perhaps less connected, we've been able to facilitate renewal, as well as increasing the number of persons who serve Jamaicans where we don't have missions overseas. We've also, of course, been lobbying the UK and the EU regarding the removal of visa requirements, especially for persons who travel for business and in other special categories, recognizing that we are unlikely to get a wholesale movement in those categories. That we will continue to try to keep people updated when we have made more progress. I know this Parliament would understand the difficulties in that area. There is much more that I can say, but I will leave it there, Mr. Chairman, as you stare pointedly with all four of your eyes and, and open the floor for questions. Thanking everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, we have promised to be out of here by 7 o'clock. When we started this, I'm going to make my own contribution to that effort. That leaves us with a little less than half an hour, so I'll do quickly. The first thing I wanted to look at, well, one of the questions has already been answered in what you gave in terms of the 2.6, 2.7 billion increase.
Yes.
Yeah, so
yes.
I'm glad for that. One is the compensation, 30,009, I think it is. There is a slight reduction of about 74 million or something like that in compensation, and I was just wondering, in the scheme of things, what that, and that was, yeah, despite the general slight increase in wages, I did note a 74 million decrease in compensation. And
I think if we are frank, we will undoubtedly be seeking supplementary provisions in that regard, but we're fitting within the ceiling and made sure everything was covered, and we'll undoubtedly seek to get.
Thank you for that. The other is, in another dispensation, I saw travel expenses up by 30 million. And in the age of technology, and given the strong position taken by, in another era, about the use of technology, etc., I was wondering how we came in 2024 to have the $30 million increase.
Yeah. Every year, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs goes through rotation of staff. So we have staff that goes out and we have staff that comes in. And regrettably, there is no avoiding that. Diplomacy will never be fully replaced by virtual. And we use a lot of virtual. We host virtual meetings for other ministries. We have our own. And in fact, I think the efficiency, it's one of the silver linings that I say came out of COVID, that people adopted this new way of engaging. It works in many circumstances, but it doesn't work for everything. But the majority of what you would see there would be in relation to staff rotations that are programmed for this year.
Thank you for that, Minister. I'm glad that we are certainly at one in terms of the fact that you will never be able to fully.
No, it's impossible.
Absolutely. We were always there. I'm glad that we are at the same point now.
I don't know if we're at the same point. But
yes, we are. We are at the same point now in terms of the fact that you are going to include or have some amount of travel.
Of course.
That's the point I was making.
Yes.
The other is around the diaspora and consular affairs, Minister. I do note 37 that there was an increase of $300 million. I'm hoping that part of that, what that will allow us to do, part of what that will allow us to do is to improve some of the services. I have been getting far too many complaints, and I know that there is that collaboration with PICA in terms of some of the services offered. So it is not solely reliant on the services at our embassies, high commissions, and consular offices. But I do believe that the system needs a review. I do believe that maybe some technology needs to be introduced in it as well, so that persons, one, are clear on where to access service, and secondly, that when there are issues along the line, that it is clear where to seek, ask for intervention, because that seems to be a real problem.
Really, it is, the funds that are there include the fantastic move that I'm so proud of in respect of the consulate, the in New York and our permanent mission to the UN in New York. We've been in the same space for about 32 years. And when I became minister, we had already been looking for a space to move. Thankfully, through the very skillful management of our Consul General, Alcion Wilson, and some, let's call it some fortuitous circumstances in the New York property market, we were able to negotiate new arrangements and in increasing the space, which will allow for us to have peaker, what I like to term our mini peaker. Because what happens, our people, even with online, most of our people like to come in. Some people mail in, yes, and in fact, we receive almost as many mail-in applications for visa and passport, etc., as we do walk-in visitors. Volumes have become significantly higher over the last 4 to 5 years. And what we are seeking to do is provide better service, acknowledging that times have changed, volumes have changed, the number of people who seek services from us have changed, and we need to be able to have a better arrangements to meet their needs. So with this move, we will be able to do that, not only host them more comfortably, but to be able to provide better service. We're also better located because we'll be beside Grand Central Station, so all our publics will be able to come, plus we'll be closer to the UN. So it is really sort of a sweet spot move, and we're very proud of the steps that have been taken to get us there because it has been a lot of work. Yeah.
Minister, I totally agree with you in terms of our Consul General Alcion and the work that has been done, and in fact is probably one of those with greatest volume. Yeah. Yes, in terms of the work that is going through there. And I am also pleased at what I have seen in terms of the move. That's on the one hand, and I take nothing away from that. I'm also thinking that there are in several other places that certain need for a review and for some improvement. For example, even simply the mail-ins. I've had at least 3 persons call me about mail-ins that seem to have been lost in the mail. And it has been difficult for them to actually track exactly where in the system it became lost. And I believe, especially when you're overseas and trying to do this kind of business, sometimes it's your school education that is tied up with that. Sometimes it's your status that is tied up with that. And so I know the kind of dread that persons face. So I'm hoping not just to look at New York and what's happening there, but to take a broader view.
Yeah, there's the day we are able to move all of our services online would be, I think, a very good day for a lot of people. We will always still have that population that will not go online. That is the reality, and we have to work with them and accommodate them and have processes that recognize that, and we're committed to that. But we are seeking to improve where we can. And we are always looking more broadly at how we can deliver better services.
In that 300 million, Minister, I noticed that there was the 80 million for the rental and property. Would that be related to the New York move?
Some of it.
Some of it, yeah, would be.
Absolutely. And this, remember, this is also relocation of staff.
Yes.
That's related to consular missions overseas. And it would also include the diaspora conference, budgeting for the conference as well. Since consular would have everything in there. Okay.
I have just 2 simple references, Minister. Deep seabed mining, because you spoke about, there has been an increased discussion around deep seabed mining, and with the International Seabed Authority here, we haven't heard much in Jamaica, certainly locally, about the implications of deep seabed mining. And I was wondering why we haven't, because it is going to be something that is going to affect us. The headquarters is here. It is a controversial issue in many places across the island. And as a small island state, I believe that it is something that our everyday Jamaican needs to have an understanding of its implications.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, every opportunity that I get, because we are very proud of the fact that we are host of the Seabed Authority, we're also a sponsoring state, which is one of the sort of critical elements negotiated in the Law of the Sea, the Convention on the Law of the Sea, that ensures that developing countries will have their piece of the pie should and if and when deep seabed mining stands. I think what is important, what I always repeat, is that everyone needs to understand that deep seabed mining doesn't happen anywhere near close to us, near or close to us by any stretch of the imagination. It's not even deep sea outside of the harbor or anywhere that we would ever be. There are areas which are beyond national jurisdiction. The Clipperton Range, I mean, places that no one would ever have heard of. These are the areas which are being explored now. And Jamaica has been consistent. We're involved in the technical negotiations. We're involved in the wider negotiations. We're involved in the negotiations for biodiversity, the Treaty on Biodiversity, in areas beyond national jurisdiction called BBNJ. And we essentially always have, and have always taken the position that deep seabed mining should not take place until the relevant regulations are in place. That has always been our positions, and we are part of the regulations committee that's working on those as well.
With the deepest of respect, though, Minister, you would agree that one is the regulations to be made, but certainly the kind of research that really needs to take place to give us the kind of information that would help to drive and define those regulations, that we still are nowhere near some of that. And I believe that even though it is not near shore, there are still concerns about the kind of biodiversity loss and the kind of what it would do to our marine resources that has many other countries very concerned about where we are and how we have been approaching it. And so part of what I ask, quite frankly, is not just whether you and I agree, but also to make sure we are taking the Jamaican public along with us in terms of the knowledge of what is happening, what are some of the issues that are being discussed, and therefore how we make that decision.
There's always room for more discussion.
Thank you. Finally, the acceding to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, Minister. I know that we have been in discussions, we have participated in seminars. We have not yet acceded, and we have not yet moved anywhere near to that. I know that Grenada was invited to accede to the Budapest Convention based on their government's request. And I was wondering if Jamaica had started looking at it, discussing it, and where we were, because especially as we move closer to March 6th, which is International Women's Day, we would have seen an increase in the types of cybercrime where women are increasingly becoming victims. And so I believe that it is something that we need to look at and we should not delay.
Well,
thank you.
Jamaica is actually leading the negotiations on behalf of CARICOM in respect of a cyber security treaty. We have taken a decision that we're not going the way of the Budapest Treaty. The Budapest Treaty only has 8 developing countries that are members of that treaty. And we think that the way that they have approached matters and the way that they view them are not necessarily in the interests or aligned with the capacity and developmental goals and aims of developing countries such as ourselves. So we are, as I said, leading the CARICOM group in negotiating a treaty, a new treaty that will support the aims of developing countries in cybersecurity. And on the matter of cybersecurity, I imagine that you'll be able to have a conversation with Minister Chang tomorrow about the She Secures initiative that's coming about. And that initiative is going to be an excellent one, dealing with the issue of women in cybersecurity and fighting against cybercrime, as this is an area in which we look at not only with a gendered lens, but with one that seeks to build our capacity generally.
If you allow me, please, Minister. Just a follow-up.
3 questions.
No. It is 3, and then two issues that I wanted to raise, which would have been the convention, the treaties. Minister, I know that Grenada, for example, just recently has actually started the process to acceding to the convention. And I think there's another country in the Caribbean that has also started that discussion. And I was just wondering if there has been any discussion in terms of that.
No, the broad CARICOM position has been that we would negotiate this new treaty, which is more in the interest of developing countries and aligned. I'm not sure whether the new government in Grenada has taken different advice. As you know, they have taken a non-traditional view in terms of some of the technological issues and appointment of overseas representatives. Those are not necessarily representative of what the majority view is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, you know, Chairman, that I have a trade portfolio, right? So I have to ask 4 questions.
Wow.
Line item.
let me, page 3200.
Subsection
1, subsection
32.
Subsection 2030 goals and medium-term national security.
If you are at 32,000, then you are on the wrong
area.
30,000. Subsection
1.
Subsection 1.
No, I'm at page 1. And Vision 2030 goals, which are clearly set out there. Right? Okay. So Minister, my MC13, the preparations, and it's really a larger observation that I made, and it's really across the board, and it's over time, that the preparation, we really, given the importance of the agreement we are now entering, the scope and scale of those agreements, going deep into our domestic arrangements, that is very important that we have a different level of consultation. And it is something I've long felt. So it's not just a criticism of this administration. I think we have to do more across the board. And truthfully, technology allows us to do more, to consult more widely, more broadly, so that it's not like first time when everybody have to identify a place and everybody meet, and we can do more. And we have to do more because what we're being asked of us are some binding arrangements that, as I said, go deep into your domestic arrangement. So whether it be your digital arrangement, your environmental, your climate change arrangement is very, very deep. So I really would like to see us get to a stage where the preparations are much wider, much deeper, and meaningful, because they'll help us in our implementation. Once we enter into these arrangements, they have to be taken up, utilized, and it's the business sector and wider civil society that I have known. So that's a position I have declared. I'd like to see us do more on that front, and I'd just like to hear your comment in terms of how we can improve that process of consultation.
Well, the ministry does have a consultation process. We have our jam trade mechanism, which used to be JTAT, but we don't do trade adjustments anymore, so we have repositioned it. And I continue to work with the team to see how best we achieve the balance in terms of who we reach, and also to ensure that we have attendance at the appropriate levels, because part of the challenge is that you reach out and you invite, but the attendance, because they're often very technical issues, is not necessarily optimal. So we do try, and in fact, we've been reaching out more to the business sector and to the other stakeholders to have them understand the importance of these issues. For example, deepening our engagement with the Chamber of Commerce and the JMEA, PSOJ, to have them understand, and these new generations of leaders and CEOs, etc., to have them understand the value of participating in COTED, the value of coming with the Jamaican delegation to COTED, so that we are not only defending positions, but we're actively seeking opportunities, because this is what other countries have done. And we have actually seen the benefit, and the lever in terms of our intra-Caribbean trade has moved as a result of that outreach. And I think more of that type of explaining at appropriate levels and then sharing more information is what's moving us along that path. So I agree with you that it's important. It's something we have been working on, but of course there's always room for improvement. Yeah.
And so, Minister, you touch on a point I want to move on, which is a recognition that we have not just a defensive interest, but an offensive interest. And if you talk about logistics and supply chain, then I know that we have to do more with our trade agreements. Yeah. We have to do much more. And so, question I want to ask you is, with respect to the EU, the EPA agreements, we have implemented, I think, a very far-reaching aspect of it, which is as it relates to motor vehicle. If we, to my mind, if we have done motor vehicle, which was one of our largest area of tariffs we were trying to protect, then how will that, and should that affect our trade policy going forward? Motor vehicle, which is the largest block of tariff that we're trying to protect, if that's now duty-free or tariff-free, then what does that say about the kinds of agreement that we could enter into and benefit from? So my question is about our trade policy review and what that might look like.
Right. So, you know, in terms of as you well know, the EPA had embedded trade tariff reductions across the piece. And the EU EPA does. We're going through our 5th review now. We have adopted the UK EPA along the same terms to preserve preferential arrangements for our private sector in the post-Brexit scenario. And so all of that had been settled. We had been due to undertake the trade policy review, but we determined that there was so much uncertainty post-COVID that it would be better for it to settle and have us focus on our action plan, and also with our intra and extra-regional analysis, which is taking place now within the context of CARICOM. You recall that Jamaica is the quasi-cabinet lead on external trade. So Prime Minister Holness chairs that within the that committee within the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM. And we are in the process of going through an analysis of what it is that we do, our volumes, how have we used the trade agreements that exist, and what more is needed or what should be prevented going forward. So we've actually paused at negotiation of new agreements pending some data, because these things can't work off of emotion. It can't be that we feel that there are more opportunities when you're not using the opportunities that you have. We have supply side issues that need to be addressed. We have the continued work that's taking place on trade facilitation on the export side. And as we know, Minister Hill, for example, has been directly using the government's influence to take business people overseas to open the doors so they can access opportunities, they can find new opportunities with the support of a government institution behind them. These are things that are actually expanding trade, expanding our export, and as well as, of course, provision of information through J-SWIFT and J-TIP that allow smaller business persons. You don't have to be a Grace Kennedy or a SEPROD with a massive regulatory team, trade regulatory team, in order to export now. Now you can go online, you can find the information about the tariff lines, about the trade agreements that are in place. Trade Board, I'm not sure if you had asked him, but Trade Board is redoing their website to make it more customer friendly. And we had actually engaged the Chamber of Commerce in sharing some feedback with them to make sure that it's business friendly as well. So we're looking at the practical side, even as we move towards ultimately reviewing our trade policy. Right now, we are confident that the fundamentals are sound. What it is that there are many fundamental issues that we need to be able to utilize it that we have not been. And that's what we're trying to do, to work with businesses, to work with the processes that inhibit export, removing some of the licensing fees, removing some of the application processes, making it easier to do business. And that together with electronic communication and the ability to sell online is helping to move that needle. And this is why one of the results at WTO at MC13 is actually so positive, which is this further suspension of the custom duties on electronic transactions. You know, that's a big issue. There are countries who came to MC13 this year seeking to ensure that the moratorium was not extended. And there were countries, of course, that wanted it extended indefinitely. Where we settled was a 2-year extension, or either at MC14 or in 2026, depending on what comes first. So, you know, we're trying to look at all the different pieces, but we're also trying to look at the practical side of what is needed to ensure that we move the needle on exports in particular.
So just so I understand clearly, so the position now is a pause and new trade agreements? On
the negotiations of external. There's one that was underway. This was it actually is underway, but on pause, if I can use that language as well, in respect of Colombia CARICOM. The fact is that we were all agreed, and then there are countries that have not yet come to the table, but have said they're coming to the table with their tariff adjustments, and then that just hasn't happened. So organically, it is paused, although that is not a policy position, and we have been leading the negotiation in that regard. But we respect the circumstances of our neighbor countries, and therefore haven't been pressing that issue unduly.
CARICOM, single market. Is the agreement to open free movement, is that where we and that? What is Jamaica's position? A, I'm not clear, and B, as a wider region, what is the position of the wider region? So
Jamaica supports it, what we had said before was that we thought that the deadline that was set, which is the end of this year, was inordinately ambitious given the technical work that has to be done in order to make that happen. And so the work is continuing. I won't share exactly where we are because we are at the cusp, but coming out of CARICOM heads committed to try to do the work, but also to create amendments that will provide for a transitional period of 3 years. And that will also propose amendments to the treaty, which will secure the minimum benefits to which a CARICOM national will be entitled if they move to live in another CARICOM country. You would have seen reports that there is one country that says that they do not agree and they will not be participating. So far as I'm aware, that position has not changed, and that position is not Jamaica's. We have long said, and certainly since I have sat in this seat, we have said that the ability to move and to work and to live would be the most profound way in which nationals can experience CARICOM in a practical way. And in a real way, let me not say practical, in a real way. And therefore, we have always felt that it was one of the areas that needed focus. So we continue to participate in the Intergovernmental Task Force, which is responsible for all the technical work. And I know that there are meetings with the Legal Affairs Committee, as well as all the different arms that are going to be necessary to propose the amendments to the treaty, and to propose some clear policy decisions that heads will have to take later this month to see what can be addressed by Grenada in July.
And finally, Minister, the trade policy review.
I thought that was part of the last question.
Are we prepared for it?
We're working on it. We are seeking a consultant to support us in that work. No, you're speaking about the fifth trade policy review at WTO. Yeah, man, the work is underway, and we will be ready as always. We are in consultations, and we will take on board. We heard your point on the issue of the breadth and the depth of consultations. This is a view which we share. So they will ramp up as we get further along the way. But yes, we will be consulting and we will be ready, as always.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. That was wonderfully done. We will now take the header. Head 30,000, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Madam Minister, you and your team have done well. You are now excused. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you excuse us, could we congratulate you on your chairmanship of the OACPS? I can't congratulate him. But you will have heard the post in which he makes us most proud, holding it for the first time within the context of the OACPS. We congratulate you again, Mr. Chairman. Yes. We continue to be. He's been doing such a good job. That's why he was elected by his peers. It's very good. He is well prepared of his own motion, but he works well with the team and we support him all the time.
Thank you, Madam.
Congratulations again, MP and Chairman.
And it is my pleasure all the while to serve the country.
Indeed.
And we have been doing it. Brussels have been wonderful.
Yes.
And so we continue. So we have a 2-year stint to make sure that we keep afloat on top.
All the best, sir.
And you know that Caribbean Parliamentary Assembly starts now, and so I will have to dialogue with you even more.
We will be in touch, sir.
Definitely.
We'll be in touch, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, and congratulations once more. Thank you. Oh, yes, my virgin.
Always by a parish, you know.
Madam Minister, you, more than anybody else, knows how long we have been here. and so, we ask that you know very well how to be precise. At this time, we ask you to take the floor and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know I won't be long. It's up to my colleagues who will be asking the questions. I will present my remarks now, but I just want to indicate that I'm here with, there are two men in my life in the ministry.
Well, I know that member Anthony is not really onto culture. He's more of the foreign trade. So you won't get much question.
Yes. So I just want to acknowledge and to introduce the two men in my life in the ministry. P.S. Denzel Thorpe on my right, and P.S. Dean Roy Bernard on my left. And then behind me is my team, but I do not want to spend the time to indicate who is present. I'm sure you all know them because they've been here before. So I should first indicate that the allocation to my ministry, and this is to preempt certain questions, that I did get a reduction, but I had a discussion with the Minister of Finance, and he has indicated that the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport will get additional funds. And he told me I could actually say that and put that on the record. So we get that out of the way. So while I give thanks for what has been provided by the Ministry of Finance, I'm happy that the Minister has recognized that we had a reduction rather than an increase. But of course, we will use our allocation to continue to make bold, ambitious, beneficial, strategic, and impactful actions for the people whom we serve. And if you look closely, the acronym is BABSI. Now, I'm very pleased that in the forthcoming financial year, there is an allocation to allow us to begin implementation of two very important programs. One, the Jamaica Entertainment and Creative Practitioners Health and Personal Accident Insurance Program, and the Jamaica Entertainment and Creative Practitioners Life Insurance Program. And this is major. Now, there's a great need for this insurance plan for entertainment, culture, and creative industries practitioners. I know the need. I've received the many calls for assistance, and I want to ensure that we implement a solution. You see, we have been losing a number of our pioneers in the music industry, and usually there's an issue. How do we cover the cost of their funerals? So we have addressed that in introducing this insurance plan. In preparation for the launch of the program, I'm urging practitioners to sign up to the e-registry on the ministry's website. And being registered will be a requirement to access the benefits of the program. And I just want to indicate here that this program is similar to the Jamaica Athletes Insurance Plan, which we provide for our national sports representatives. And of course, it covers a wide range. It includes even maternity for our athletes. It covers diagnostic procedures, hospitalization. It also covers artificial limbs, physiotherapy, speech therapy, radiology, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy. And it's a long list of the areas that are covered. So we have now covered our athletes, and we will now cover our creative people. Team Jamaica will again be on show at the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and the ministry will continue to support their preparation through the provision of grants directly to members of the team. We will continue to support national associations, build infrastructure at the community level, identify and nurture sports and artistic talent, and continue to build a culture of physical activeness for the health and well-being of our people. I should use the opportunity at this time to indicate that we had introduced the Fit for Life Community Sport Development Initiative, which I announced in the House, and only 6 members of Parliament have taken up the offer of this program. Only 6. Fit for Life, where we offered $500,000 to each member of Parliament. Only 6. I have extended the program to April 5. So I'm encouraging all members of Parliament, if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. And I really must congratulate those who have taken up the offer. I won't name. I see some present here today, and I thank you for responding. You won't get an increase, from those who have not taken up the offer, but we will surely use the funds. So, of course, it's time for us to reflect seriously on the challenges that our women and girls still face in our society. And we must all be concerned about the high levels of violence against women and girls and the high number of people who turn a blind eye to the violence that they know is going on. So we have established 2 shelters, and in fact, we are now rehabilitating and expanding the 3rd shelter for use as a safe space. We have a shelter in the east, 1 mid-island, and the 3rd shelter is now being prepared for use in the western end of the island. We have also established helplines, so you can call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for assistance. And it's not just for our women, but it's also for our men. And we have introduced and amended legislation, and we have done so with the Sexual Harassment Act and the Domestic Violence Act. And I would want to announce today that the Joint Select Committee that will start the process to introduce a new Domestic Violence Act will meet on March 20, as promised, that we would have that meeting and we would start the review of the Domestic Violence Act. Those are my few remarks, and I now invite a few questions. Thank you.
I have been deputed to ask a few questions from the spokesperson who is not in this house today, but has asked me to ask some questions. And the questions really revolve around a development plan for the creative and cultural industries. The observation is made that that such a plan does not exist. And what is the process for developing such a plan, and where exactly are we in that process?
Well, we have a very comprehensive program. In fact, my counterpart on your side, or I don't know if I should say my shadow, that she's very much aware of the programs that we have in place. The Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport has a holistic approach to the matter of empowering the entertainment, culture, and creative industries. We build capacity, we have internship, and we provide scholarships. We have what we call the Career Expo. The first year, we identified 60 interns. The second year, we gave 5 scholarships per year into perpetuity at the Linfield University in the USA. And the third year, which was this year, we had something called a creative village, which facilitated direct interface with business executives, public entities, and diplomats. We had economic workshops in cultural communities, and to date, it includes the Maroons, Port Royal, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and we have done training in batik, chasing, and repose. And we also provide funding and startup kits to all the persons that we have trained. We have industry engagement, structuring, and strengthening. A national steering committee was established, which was the main vehicle for interface on policy and legal reform geared to providing an enabling framework for the sector. The National Culture and Creative Industries Council, which we refer to as Jamaica Creative, has audited existing industry associations and initiated a needs analysis to inform strategies for structuring, strengthening, and sustaining them and adding to their numbers. The e-registry is extremely important in this regard because government needs the data in terms of the sector. And so opportunities and grants and so on, the practitioners have to be registered on the e-registry. We provide assistance in terms of waiver for equipment that they would bring in, tools of trade, and where grants are provided. We do workshops and we do training in the business of entertainment.
So Minister, so if I
yes.
understand you, if I understand where you're going, because the question was about the plan, and if I understand you, you're saying that part of you have the programs. I think that's clear.
Yes, and we approach it in a holistic way.
Yeah, so the question speaks to a specific plan with your set objectives and outlines. Now, if I understand you, the data you're saying is an Achilles heel, is a problem, and the e-registry is supposed to solve that.
Yes.
That problem.
Yes, and what I'm saying that the program I was outlining here is part of the holistic approach to the development of the sector.
But it's not the substitute for the policy and the plan.
No, there is a policy, but we are currently reviewing the policy because what existed was the cultural policy. Okay. Now, what we are reviewing and will be establishing is the policy that treats with entertainment, culture, and the creative industries, a holistic approach. And that policy will inform the Cultural Economic Act. It will inform legislation that will now treat with the sector in a very wholesome manner.
So a document exists, but it's not the holistic. A
yes,
cultural policy exists?
In fact, we have had several consultations, which included Dr. Deborah Hittleman. She has actually sat in on the consultations. We have received funding in terms of experts through UNESCO to assist us in the development of the policy and the act. We are now at a point where the policy in fact, we're at the stage of finalizing the bill, which the policy and the proposed bill will go to cabinet.
Right, because
for approval.
Yeah, so because you need the policy to inform the bill.
To inform the bill, yes.
Right. And so it's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress because we have expanded the terms of reference in terms of the bill.
So we're likely to see that in the sometime.
You will see it in this fiscal year, the fiscal year coming up. And funding has been provided.
Okay. In this budget?
Yes, funding has been provided.
Minister, the observation is made that there is no capital budget for the ministry, and therefore the question of the protection of national monuments and sites is raised as to how we intend to address some of the conditions that they're in, and more particularly some of the announcements recently made by the Prime Minister about museums and some other things that will be established in St. Thomas, for example.
Well, you would not see these appearing in capital because they're existing structures. The intention is to expand, in some instances renovate, in other instances just maintain. So they would not appear in capital. They would appear in recurrent, or additional funds would be received from the Ministry of Finance in, say, a supplementary or so to continue the program. As far as the Morant Bay Museum, it's in partnership with Chase. When the Prime Minister announced the museum, he did indicate that Chase, it would be funded by Chase.
In its entirety or in part?
Well, what we have done since is to expand the concept into a slave museum. So it is a much bigger project, and we are doing that project now, not just in partnership with Chase, but with international partners.
International funding, so you anticipate international funding.
Yeah, and of course, we're working closely with Ambassador Teresa Roberts, who you're all aware, she was appointed Ambassador for Culture by the Prime Minister.
When would be the NCCIC members be named? It's a question that has been posed.
The NCCIC has been established. We got a little setback during COVID for regular meetings, but we do have an executive body that is representative.
That's the entertainment board.
That's right. It's made up of representatives from the different sectors as well as government entities. And we do meet, and in fact, that entity has done audits of the various sectors in the entertainment, culture, and creative industries. And we have come up with information that will inform our policy and that will inform our programs going forward. Of course, we intend to expand that team in the next fiscal year. As you know, the sector is fragmented. It's a little bit in Ministry of Industry and Commerce, it's a little bit in OPM, it's all over the place. So we intend this year now to bring everybody on board. So we'll have more or less an umbrella entity that will ensure that we have a more joined up approach to our implementation of programs.
Minister, one of the questions here is the question of intellectual property. And the observation is made that the events are many, plenty events, but is there, who owns intellectual property to those events?
Okay, so first, I must say that the Festival Song Competition, there was never any proper arrangements made for the protection of the works.
Over all these years?
All these years. If I go back a little to when Mr. Seaga had set up a copyright desk, which he made Sonny Bradshaw the administrator. When government changed, all of that disappeared. And there were titles, compositions by, say, Jimmy Cliff, Prince Buster, those other artists. And the funds were all over the place because they did not have anyone administering the publishing. When we came back in government, I signed and released all those publishing back to the creators of the works. Fast Track, Festival Song. What I ensured was to set up a publishing entity through the JCDC. And there'd be agreements between the JCDC, the songwriters, the publishers, and the producers. And I would ensure that all the creators of works join a performing rights society. So as far as intellectual property is concerned in terms of any relationship that government has with the creators of works, they are protected, and the government's intellectual property is also protected. But further than that, we create a lot of content, and you know content is king. We have a lot of shows, we carry a lot of television programs, so we have ensured that those are protected as assets of the government, and we are currently going to be introducing a rights inventory across government, because the CPTC has material, the GIS, the PBCJ,
the museum,
the Institute of Jamaica. So when we do a rights inventory, you will find that we have a wealth of material that is very valuable.
So my understanding from your response would be that arrangements are in place for governments for these events, for government to own the intellectual property with arrangements with the creators, so that their inputs are protected.
Yes, arrangement with Jamaican creators as well as international bodies that can administer. In other words, sub-publishing, because it's one thing to set up something that you don't know how to administer. And there are professionals who can do a good job. So we have those arrangements to ensure. And one of the things I'm ensuring that will never happen, that if government changes, then there is nobody to continue to see to the protection of our works.
The way you set it up addresses that issue, right? So the
we're institutionalizing what we're doing, so that it does not matter which government which party is administering government at that time, because we are putting structures in place that everything will be handled in a professional way and not a partisan way.
All right. These are the questions that were sent in for me.
You have enough?
Yes.
Good.
I think these.
Thank you. Thank you.
Minister, I too have a short list. The spokesperson who was here earlier, unfortunately, couldn't be here now. And no, that's another spokesperson. The ministry is a super ministry, you know. Yeah. But Minister,
I in fact have 7 shadows. 7 shadows, yeah.
Minister,
the opposition is shadowing me 7 persons.
I'm just trying to get some broad policy questions out of the way. There's this concept emerging of the genderizing of budgets, so that there are countries now where their national budgets are framed to ensure that men and women have equal claim to resources of the state. And I suspect that has not preoccupied your ministry as yet, but in relation to your ministry, perhaps you could comment on the splits in how the gender benefit. I'll give you an example. Recently, I staged a football competition in my constituency, and it was a competition for the boys. And the women came and said, MP, what about us? And in that way, we were ignoring resources for women to their detriment and not taking into consideration their needs. So as a ministry, how do you rate yourself in that regard? And probably next year you can come back and speak about the national budget in terms of the allocations for men and women.
Well, I can assure you we do gender budgeting.
You do?
We do. In fact, earlier this year or late last year, our Director of Corporate Services actually went through a whole course and process to ensure that she understood gender budgeting. So we do introduce that, and we encourage that in other ministries. In fact, initiatives include prioritizing the socioeconomic empowerment of women for gender equality, equity, and socioeconomic empowerment. And partnerships are explored to offset gaps in the event that they arise. Now, there are specific financial allocations or partnerships established with the Ministry of Finance to sustain and bolster gender-based initiatives, ensuring that systemic barriers affecting women are addressed holistically. But it's not just about women, but it's also about the men. And you will know there is a policy where even in relation to board appointments, 30% of either gender must be taken into consideration when a board is established. So 30% male or female minimum is required. Provisions made for training and support for men and women seeking to enter non-traditional fields. The Women's Desk, for example, was established in the Office of the Prime Minister. It became a bureau, and now it's a full-fledged entity. Similarly, we established a desk for men, and over time, it is now a full unit, and we changed the name of the Bureau of Women's Affairs to the Bureau of Gender Affairs. So we are conscious that in dealing with gender matters, we have to mainstream, we have to ensure that there is equal treatment. Of course, women have been at a disadvantage, so extra programs have to be put in place for women to bring them up to the level of our men, but we do not want to marginalize our men. And we do have a concern about our boys. And so gender budgeting is very much a part of what we do.
Just one other question, and that has to do with sensitive issues that relate to the genders, and in particular, women, the needs of women. So I'm told here that women need to have greater access to water than men. I suppose men don't bathe as often as, but women are probably cleaner. But those are some sensitive issues that we don't normally grapple with. But something as basic as that, water. Well, women, take care of the kids more than men. Is there a focus on some of those social issues and concerns?
Yes, and I did mention that earlier, that we look at the social issues and the socioeconomic issues that would impact on our women. So we have a program, for example, where we provide funding to our women, small entrepreneurs. We help them to start businesses. When we put our women in the shelters, we ensure that they are trained in certain skills, so when they go back out, they don't have to get into that abusive relationship, but they're able to stand on their own 2 feet. We actually have about 19, Mrs. Rob, about 19 community initiatives, which, what we call it, COPE? Community outreach through partnership. So that program, we ensure that those organizations are working in communities. We create a network across the island, and it includes a rural women organization. So we help women in farming, and we ensure that we cover all the areas that would impact on our women. So yes, we do take into consideration that extra focus that's needed to assist our women.
Thank you very much, Minister. At this time, we'll take the head of 46,000, pages 1 to 23. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it. At this time, we will say thank you, Madam, to you and your team. You are excused. It is not our intention to do any other business for this afternoon, and so we ask that we suspend until tomorrow. Sorry. Madam?
You were asking?
Chairman, tomorrow we're dealing with the Ministry of National Security, but there's always a subcommittee of this committee that deals with certain aspects of the military. And I think the acting leader would like to name that committee now so that we won't have to meet back in the morning to start that work.
So the chairman can name the committee. He has the information.
Yes,
Or you want me to do so? I really should do it, but you can do it. You can do it. All right.
Put it on the record.
We can leave, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
No, finish it. Close the door.
So in my capacity as House Leader, the motion to appoint a subcommittee of the Standing Finance Committee to consider the defense estimates. So be it resolved that a subcommittee comprising Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, Minister of National Security, Honorable Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, Minister of State, Mr. Donovan Williams, Ms. Carencia Morrison, Mr. Dwight Sibley's, Mr. Philip Paulwell, and Mr. Lothian Cousins be appointed to consider and report on the Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 1 to 10, and head 26,000C, pages 1 to 13.
Thank you, Madam. Those who have heard their names, be prepared. And those who are not here, the information will be passed to them.
And put the motion.
We put the motion to the floor. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. That's it, Madam. So it's not our intention to do any other business for this night. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. sharp. We ask that members be present so that we will have a starting quorum. Thank you. Have a good night.